see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hanging. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free.
Data has shown that about 3 million babies have been born through the in vitro fertilization process, commonly known as IVF. It is gaining popularity as one of the ways through which people can make babies artificially. What is the process like? What does it take to have an IVF? And which people qualify to have an IVF? Today I'm at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center to find all these answers for you. But before I introduce my guests, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. So you're welcome back from that short break, and I'm here with a principal fertility specialist at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. His name is Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
So
yes.
Today we want to talk about IVF. I know the full name is in vitro fertilization, if I'm right.
Yes.
What is IVF?
IVF, in vitro fertilization. I think before you understand what it really means, you must know what is the normal. And the normal is any couple who want to get a baby, there are certain 4 things which have to be satisfied.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the sperm of the man. 2, the egg of the woman. The egg and the sperm, they meet in the place called the fallopian tube. So egg, sperm, they meet in the tube. That's where fertilization takes place. So in normal settings, normal life, fertilization of a woman's egg is in the fallopian tubes. After the fertilization, the fertilized egg would drop down to settle in the uterus, in the womb. So these are the 4 things which are required for any couple to get a baby: the womb, the sperm, the egg, the fallopian tubes where fertilization takes place. And then it settles in the womb. 4 things, always. But for some reason, you cannot have the fertilization inside the womb of the woman. And fertilizing an egg, or the woman's egg, with the sperm outside the woman's body is in vitro fertilization. And in vitro means outside the body. It's a Greek expression for in glass. So in vitro fertilization simply means fertilizing the egg of the woman or whatever outside her body.
Right. So when are couples supposed to go for an IVF?
Which indirectly means what are the reasons for IVF?
Yeah.
So after an egg is fertilized in vitro, we put the resulting fertilized egg, which is now called embryo, we put it inside the womb and let the thing grow, and eventually the baby is born after 9 months or so. Now, anything which will obstruct you from getting a baby may lead on to getting that fertilized egg outside the woman's body. Anything. And I group them into four reasons where how pregnancy takes place. So if there's a problem with the egg, itself, I start with the egg. I start with then followed by the sperm, and then where fertilization takes place, the tube, and then it settles in the womb. So I simply have to go through this for egg production. Sometimes the woman, you do everything, you are able to use, give all those things, you think everything else is normal, but no pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it eventually ends up with us bringing the egg out and fertilizing outside. That's doing the IVF. The next one is the sperm. Assuming everything is normal, and then the sperm is sort of deficient. It's not. If you introduce a sperm through the normal way, they won't be able to reach the egg itself. In that case, even the sperm, defective sperms, we can use the defective sperm in an IVF setup. Normally, you need 500,000 sperms to fertilize one egg in normal life. Yeah. But if the sperm is defective, what we do is we take the egg, get the best out of the sperm, which is good, mix them outside. So that becomes an IVF due to low sperm raising. And again, on the other hand, in certain situations, the sperms are so low, it cannot be used even in simple IVF setup. So we have to take one sperm, take one egg, and ourselves inject that sperm into the egg. And the process is called ICSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection.
Okay, so if there's a case where maybe the sperms are the problem, the woman is okay and everything, they still have to do an IVF to be able to get a baby?
Not necessarily. Okay. If all is well with the woman and the sperm cells are not good at all, unfortunately, we have to do an IVF. But if at some stage the sperms are not good, but they are not that bad, we can wash them, sift them, and do a process called IUI, intrauterine insemination. But even that, it means we are preparing the sperm to inject into the womb for the sperm to go and meet the egg inside the tube. But some are so weak they cannot. Look, you measure sperm quantity in millions. If you do a sperm check, they will tell you the normal is 10 million per mil, or 20 million and above for the whole thing. And then, so you wonder why all these 20 millions, but you need only one sperm. And that is where ICSI comes in, or IUI comes in. But unfortunately, if you do IUI, you don't actually see the problem if it fails, if it doesn't work. You wouldn't know. Why? Yeah, but with IVF, you can see fertilization. You can see that there's something going on. Unfortunately, the baby is not well formed, and eventually it may not happen.
So I was asking, what's the chance when I do an IVF that it will be successful? Because it's just like science. Medicine is not always
Exactly. It is not exact. You think you are succeeding. At the end of it, the whole world is about 37% chance of getting a success with the first IVF, with a single IVF. The whole world. Not certain places a little bit higher due to maybe superior conditions or techniques or whatever. It's a slightly higher, but it's ours. We are an average of 50 point something. And it fluctuates. It depends on who you are dealing with. An elderly person going through a normal IVF, the chances are not as high compared to a younger person aged in the 20s and things. If other things are okay, but an IVF is required, they have a higher chance of, sometimes over 70%, 77% chance of getting pregnant.
Because I was going to ask what age it is best advisable to have an IVF.
The best age to have a baby in any woman is 22. Huh? 22 years is the best age to have a baby. Wow. This thing is stuck in my brain for a long, long time since I was. It's the best age. The younger you are, it's not that good for a young girl of 18, 19 to have a baby. Mm-hmm. The older you are, then it's going towards, women have an expiry date. From 35 onwards, your fertility potential drops drastically, declines. So if you are 35, so for instance, if you come to me at the age of 28 or 24, 6, and that you have an infertility problem, it will take time to go through. But if you are already 35 plus, we wouldn't give you the normal time that people expect you to get pregnant. No, we'll start investigating immediately. Because as the older you are, the less likely your fertility potential.
That's very interesting, quite intriguing. 22 years is the best
age for having a baby.
And the longer it takes, the higher your chances.
Yes.
Yes. So, how is the procedure like? Is it painful? Is it stressful?
Okay.
Is it expensive?
Let me start from the bottom. Expensive, yes, it is. But comparatively to other nations, I think we are very cheap in Ghana.
Like how much?
Normally, in the US, for instance, you spend more than $15,000 to go through an IVF procedure. Ghana is roughly about $5,000. Dollars. Max dollars, roughly. And it depends on various units. There are some units which we all differ a bit, but averagely, in fact, I was estimating, we were much less than the $5,000, but, and because the exchange rate, that's a problem. But that's the average cost of, we don't charge in dollars, we charge in cedis. Okay. Then, in fact, I was having a headache. I was taking paracetamol. I was squeezing my face just to take the tablets. Everything is uncomfortable in medicine, but we try to limit the pain as much as possible. Is it painful? What is IVF? How do we do it? We do that by giving you a series of injections, which takes you about 2 weeks. Every day you have to take that injection. And then once you get to a level where we are putting the baby inside, there are another series of injections until the baby is well established, which takes another month or two. So injections itself in IVF is very, very uncomfortable. People complain a lot that sometimes my buttocks is swollen and that. So that's number one, where you experience pain. Two, when it's time to go and you've produced the eggs, you've got to collect the eggs from the woman, and that is called egg retrieval. That's the second part of IVF. And of course, we use some long needle through the vagina using an ultrasound to prick. So it's not a major operation. It's an uncomfortable situation where you use a needle to go and aspirate all the eggs. And after that, 20, 30 minutes, they are gone. They go home. After that, but the procedure is uncomfortable. So we give you something called conscious sedation. Conscious. You are sort of, but you are fully sedated, no pain, nothing, and it's a very brief period. Normally not more than 20, 30 minutes for the egg collection, depending on the number, some 10. So yes, that bit is a bit uncomfortable. So you feel some pain. Your eggs are fertilized outside, and 5 days later, we have to put the eggs into the womb. And that one, it's ideally it's not painful, just like having a normal relation with your husband. You know, you feel something being down there. Minutes, seconds, we push the baby inside.
So how's sperm collection like from the man?
How do we collect the sperm? We don't put needles and things like in the woman, but the main source is from masturbation. You know what that is?
Yes.
Have you done it before?
I'm not a boy. I'm not a man.
So they masturbate and then see the fluid coming out, and sometimes it's very difficult for the clients, the patients. And I'm sorry, I made a joke with it, but some need their wives to come and help them to do that. We resist or whatever you call it, from having sex in order to produce the sperm. That you lose a lot, especially the initial sperms, you know. You may lose them, but that's where the concentrated things may be.
Okay.
So having sex to produce sperm, it's you don't advise. On the other hand, there are certain cases where there is no sperm. Normally, we have to dig into the testis area and aspirate some sperms. This is a special condition where there are no sperms even when they make their normal ejaculation, no sperm. So we have to find some sperm around the testis there and aspirate to use it to do the IVF.
Right. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll go for a quick break where we speak to one of the people who have undergone IVF. She'll share her experience with us and how the whole process was for her. When we come back, we'll speak more to Doc. So currently I'm with Akosia. She's had an IVF procedure and she was successful. So she's going to share with us what she went through, how the process was like for her. Hello Akosia, and thank you for speaking to us today. So I just want to know how your IVF process was like.
Oh, by God's grace, I would say mine has been successful all the time because I think I first came here 2014, and I'm in a distance marriage, so it's like, oh, you are okay, nothing is wrong, so let's give you medication, then you try your natural cycle. We tried it up till 2017 still. Then the doctor said, then let's go and do IVF. So we've learned a whole lot of stories. When you go do IVF, first time it's not successful. You have to do multiple times, blah, blah, blah. So it's like I was scared, but I held on to my faith. So with my first attempt, like medication, first they'll give you medication. I think they said my problem was PCOS. Okay. PCOS, so they will give you medication to boost the eggs, then the maturity of the eggs, everything becomes successful, then they retrieve the eggs. So after the retrieval of the eggs, they're expecting that within the next 5 days, you'll be fine for them to transfer the embryos. But with my first 5 days, I had something called OHSS. With that one, you bloat, then you vomit, like you cannot even eat. You feel hungry, but you cannot eat. And it's like you are not by yourself. So because of that, I cannot take it on the 5th day. So you have to treat me and wait till the next month. So by God's grace, the next month when I came, they transferred and everything was fine. I think my first pregnancy was triplets, but along the line, it's like 2 couldn't stay and 11th one, and people were saying, hey, IVF, they will stitch your womb, do blah blah blah. But with God's grace, they didn't stitch my womb. Everything was successful. My girl is now 4 years, TikTok girl, and I think later on we said, oh, we want more. So after 2 years, we came back again to do the same thing again. That one too was successful. I had a successful pregnancy, but just that along the line, I had an ovarian cyst which ruptured. So now I couldn't control the pain with the pregnancy, so they have to remove the pregnancy. So with that, everything got the treatment. I have to take time before. Then I came again. So when I came again, it's like that one too. After the retrieval of eggs, because mostly it's like I go for 15 eggs, 17 eggs, but with this one I hated 36 eggs. So that means it wasn't easy. So I bloated. My stomach was like 8 months pregnancy. I was 5 cry. So they have to treat me again. And with that one, I was like always, I think I'm strong. So sometimes I even go home and come back for the treatment, then go back again. So with this one, as soon as I went home, they told me I should stay because I'm not looking well. And I saw, then I said I'll go home because mostly when I finish, I drive and go back home. And he said, hey, so is that what you've been doing? It's not good, it's serious. You have to stay. So I didn't stay. I didn't mind them, and I went to, oh, I fainted. So that means I have to rush back. I said it's my own assault then. But I can say when I came back, the treatment, one thing I like about them is no matter what, they have time, they have patience, they'll talk to you well, and they'll call you to check on you. Even I can say I have almost all of them, they are anonymous. My husband too. In case of anything, even in the night, my husband will call them, my wife is not feeling fine. They will call you, come wherever the medication is, they will try and take the medication so you'll become fine. So with that one too, I had to wait again, then come and do the transfer again. And one good thing is mostly the semen they use is not fresh because my husband is not around, so mostly it's stored semen. So just imagine, the owner of the hospital will tell you that we are good because imagine the stored semen that we use for it. It's a stored semen, and even after that they have to store the embryos too for like 3-4 months before they transfer. Yeah. With some people, with their man will be there, the owner, they take the semen and put it in. But with my, not that way. But at the end of the day, I get successful results. Me, fine, they are doing their job. But I believe in God too. I know without God, nothing can be possible.
So, one last thing I want to ask is, how was the journey like emotionally? How were you feeling about it?
It's not easy because last time I told one lady at the front desk, climbing this staircase up there, having hope. What pains me is you have to always come for injections. There is not the medication alone that you take alone. The injections alone you take, especially before they will retrieve the eggs, and after the retrieval and the transfer, you have to take an injection again. That injection, the one giving you the injection is not painful. The injection, adrena kasana, they give it to you, and after that you could say otonya na yeah. So me, if somebody is sitting somewhere and especially you come and beat my daughter there, I'll kill you. Yes, because the pain and emotionally alone. Because last year when I miscarried, it's like when I'm walking, I've been crying because after that, you have to also see the doctor, come again for that ovarian cyst that I had because of the PCOS that I have. It's likely that it will come, so it's not their fault. It's normal. The experience emotionally. Just imagine somebody sitting there. The husband is sitting beside her. The lady was crying. When I got there, she was crying. I was certified. I was saying it's painful. And I said, really, it's painful. Go and ask her if it is painful. How many eggs did you get? She would tell you like 10, 15. But me, 37 eggs. Even if it was painful, I didn't cry. Who did I go and cry to? My husband is not here. My mother is not here. So I just keep quiet and lie down and fold my arms. So emotionally, it's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. She says the process, even though quite painful, is worth it at the end of the day. Let's go back to Doc and conclude the conversation. We are welcome back. So I'm seated back with Doc, and this part we're going to talk about some of the controversial things that we've heard people say about IVF. What women who go through IVF are supposed to do, some of the facts, the misconceptions, and all of those things surrounding it. Doc, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So,
Thank you.
Personally, I've heard people say that when you have an IVF, the likelihood of getting 2 or more babies is very high. I've seen someone who has given birth to 4 quadruplets, and everybody said, well, she did an IVF, and she also confirmed that she did an IVF. So what's the chance of getting multiple babies from an IVF? And if that is very true, why is it the case?
Yes. Normally, you've stimulated, you get a lot of eggs. You fertilize them. Sometimes you get as much as 10, 15 fertilized eggs, which are called embryos. So, actually, we discuss with the patient, how many do you want to put in? And some of them who have been, yearning for a baby for a long time, they will tell you, doctor, put 5, doctor, put 4. But elsewhere in the US, UK, you are not allowed to put more than 1. Ghana, we don't have a law restricting us.
Okay.
But I'll tell you soon we will have, because we are working on it, the government and then our association. Together, we are working on a draft to regulate these things. And yes, we put, for us, not more than 3. If anybody even wants 3, they have to take special permission from me before I agree. Otherwise, we normally put 1, 2, and yes, sometimes 3. It depends on the way we see your fertility potential. In a young woman, everything seems to be okay. Maybe due to something, the male side, or we try to limit as many as we can. You put 3, you may develop all 3. And that you have the triplets. Some they insist, they really give us tough time. They want, and even for that we make them sign. They want 4. You put it and they would develop quadruplets. But to be honest, with our standard, we find it a failure if somebody has more than 2. You failed. Because 3, 4, you see it in you hear it in the news and all that. Really, it's not right. Because the amount of torture the woman goes through to carry these 4 babies, it's no joke. And why they normally end up having miscarriages. So the higher the order of pregnancy is, the more likely you develop a miscarriage. There are situations where some women themselves, from their family background and all that, they can't develop the higher order multiple babies, and that is not very common.
That is to mean that maybe just 1 egg was put there, but they may be able to develop twins from that.
That twinning from the 1 egg,
yes,
is commoner and is more, it depends more on the genetics of the person. You have a person from a twinning family, it can't easily happen.
Right. So now let's talk about the do's and don'ts. When you are about to get an IVF, what should you do? What should you not do? Your lifestyle.
It's why are you going for the IVF? Whatever is preventing you from getting pregnant, if it's preventable, you should try to avoid it. Smoking, you drinking so much, even your husband always, drinking so much. And this is part of the process of not getting pregnant. Food-wise, there are several a condition which is related to diabetes, for you to have poor egg production. In that case, you have to try and, with the advice of the doctor, to try and sort of manage that situation where your egg production can be. It's a very popular situation called polycystic ovaries syndrome, PCOS they call it. And then in that case, you have to watch what you eat, so as to, limit whatever. Men, usually, when they are poor, low sperm, we encourage them to take honey. And look, see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hanging. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free. Then pregnancy will take place. So avoiding, the root of the pregnancy, non-pregnancy causes could help in the situation. IVF is as simple as that. We promote eggs. So even if your eggs you can't promote it because of some of the conditions I've mentioned, we are not going to succeed, because even though we are doing it, the eggs won't come. Yes, we do get situations where no eggs are produced, and we have to cancel the whole cycle. And so anything which will make you, your initial doctors will tell you regarding do this or that to promote fertility. It's sort of required in general. There are no specific requirement that I'm going for IVF, therefore I should not drink tea, I should not drink coffee, and that sort of thing. I heard them talking about it, but
it's not true. Okay, so
there is no medical basis of it. It's just like the normal care pregnancy thing.
Okay, so can you choose a gender of your child?
Yes, it's possible, but unfortunately we don't do it in Ghana yet. I heard some of our colleagues, they've been trying. We call it pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. It means before the egg gets stuck in there, we manage to bring some out. You take a cell out of the developing embryo and study it for whatever you want to. Apart from sex typing, there are some medical conditions where you can diagnose this before the newly made embryo gets implanted. So they take them to the lab, remove one cell from the growing embryo and test it. Sorry. Unfortunately, sex typing, it's supposed to be common, especially with the Nigerians, but it's a very expensive way of going through doing what I just described, PGDs.
Yes. Finally, I want to know some of the lifestyle choices that young people can adopt to reduce infertility rates, because sometimes our lifestyles also put us at risk of not being able to produce.
Very much.
Both in men and women. So before you even get to the point where you need an artificial help to be able to produce, what can you do as an individual to be able to increase?
Yes, you learned something from me. I said the best age to have a baby is.
Yes.
So
22
that's
hours.
number one. You don't wait and keep it when you are 38, 40, then you come for a baby. And seriously, it seems the infertility has gone up, infertility problem. It's mainly due to the woman's aim to have her own career, and therefore a delay. You are postponing your fertility, and it's not only fertility issues. I'm sure you've heard about something called fibroids.
Yes.
You've heard about endometriosis.
Yes.
These are all something to do with not the uterus or the system not having a baby. So fibroids take over. Endometriosis take over. My mother had me when she was 46 years. Can you imagine? At that time, as if there are no endometriosis and no fibroids. Why? And after me, 46, there were three, a twin and a terrier. That was my mother. Now, from the little you have gotten from me, how did it occur? How 46 she was still having a baby? Because she started very early and continued every 2 years, like that.
So the spacing to is a factor.
I mean, we're talking of the scientific aspect of it. I'm not trying to be controversial, but it's a fact that as you delay your fertility thing, these diseases are mentioned, fibroid, and they take over because of what we call estrogens, which come up and they stimulate the growth of the fibroids very much, stimulate. And then at the end of it, you are struggling. Every year, every woman was born with a number of fixed eggs. Listen to this portion. At birth, you have about 1 million to 2 million eggs in you as a baby. Then, as you grow, 10, 12, 11, you have your first menstruation. That is called menarche. You have lost about 30% of your endowed eggs. And every month that you menstruate, about 40 to 50 eggs come out for only one to stick his neck out. It will also answer you, are there problems with IVF because you are producing more eggs? Is she going to be able to, the eggs that you lose during IVF or you make, you would have lost them anyway in a normal brush-up. So yes, age at which you have your family is very important. Younger girls, you should be very careful. You should be very careful not to have your tubes damaged from miscarriages, abortions, and things like that. That's very important for the younger ones. Inordinate sex, infections down there, tubal damage, eventually no baby. If, for both sides, male and females, if you had any issues about fertility, don't waste too much time. You go and see the doctor. They will assess you. And the other thing is men, they usually blame women for whatever their problems are, but they are equally culpable. But 40% of infertility is due to men.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. He is Principal Fertility Specialist at the Accra Fertility Center, subsidiary of Medifair Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. And he has been speaking to us about IVF, the procedure, the do's and don'ts, and things that as young people we can do to enhance our chances of fertility. My name is Staella Shanelly.
And how was the payola system at the time?
Man, I hated every second of that. It gave a big doorway for, excuse my language, bullshit music.
Welcome to a new season of the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your socio-political and informative program online. And in this edition, we are going to bring you something special. We are outdoors. We normally do this in the studio, but this time it's very important we come out and we are going to speak to a very important personality. And this personality is somebody you should not say you don't know him. You should know him. And he's everybody's grandfather, if it's the right word to use. But we're going to introduce him right after this break. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. In this personality interview edition, we are going to speak to none other than the grandpapa of hip life, Yao Asante Reginald Osei or Reggie Rockstone. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's one thing I have to say. He's 2 years away from 60. And
yeah,
grandpapa
actually,
is right to say that.
Aye.
And how do you feel about being called grandpapa and grandfather and all of that?
Well, it's actually an accolade now. So it started from my grandpapa, not my background now with my grandson.
Oh.
It started with an old friend of mine by the name Pauline. Pauline said, "Yeah, my mom Filano." they was much younger with my younger sister, and they used to live with me. And so, anytime that they would go out, and I used to have this old rocking chair, right? It's just something I wrote my lyrics on, and one day we real winner. So I said, I'm saying, my baby's now. So I'm real was a grandpa and a car. And then I guess Mr. Giles Bossman, he's the one that started to use it as the grandpapa of hip life. And then also Kaya. So both names had nothing to do with me.
Okay. So does the grandpapa have anything to do with the gray hair?
At all. At all. Okay, you know, if I started becoming gray at a very early age, and it's hereditary. Okay. And so it was never age related. Yeah. In fact, for the most times that you saw me, even when I was younger, but I would always leave like a little white dot. Yeah. And you know, and it has nothing to do with my age.
We're at a very interesting location, and I know a lot of people who follow you have seen this place before.
Yeah, this is the infamous, legendary House of Love. Or everybody in this neighborhood knows this house.
Yeah, and they form queues to come.
They form queues. Children come here. I mean, at any given day. In fact,
are we expecting a show coming soon?
Yeah, I'm trying to put up. I mean, there's so much I'm trying to do for the children around here. I'm trying to get some classes for them, you know, when they vacate. Also to do more recreational stuff. I have beautiful neighbors. I mean, how do you say, well, 1, 2, 3. If you me and some pen,
I know now we're president.
You know, but if you look over there, that's the rail track.
Yeah.
So you know, also are planes, so a trim.
Yeah.
Aye.
So you're at the East Airport.
Yes, East
Why this
Airport.
location? Did you like it, or you just
well,
found
for
it
most of my life, I lived in the Labone Cantonments area. I've always been a residential boy. This is probably the first time that I have moved out of that. But I love it over here. But I'm easy too. I can live anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I have this other question. I don't know how you take it, but does age really matter to you?
Obviously not. One of my slogans is "Refuse to Grow," Mr. R2G.
Yeah.
No, I'm not age conscious. No, not at all. I'm very young at heart.
Yeah.
I carry myself. I'm relatively healthy. Yeah, me a guy. You know, I'm trying to be like the new wave of Uncle J. Ambuli.
Yeah.
You know, we're different. But music will preserve you. Music will keep you young. This is why
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do the children overwork you because, you know, the energy and all of that?
No, I'm a pretty energetic human being. I have preserved myself well enough, from my dancing to my martial arts. You know, I mean, if you see the stuff that I do, a lot of times the young guys can't catch up.
Yeah.
I mean, sacro moves. But that's some good. You missed some good B-rolls. The horses were running.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there they go. Catch them now, because you're not gonna catch them again. I use your phone. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So bring it back.
Yeah. So I was asking about the children. If they, I mean.
No.
They overrun you. Your energy going low.
Yeah, I'm wedding. You know, I am very fit. I have been blessed with good health. Yeah. What kind of food? I eat very well. Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm not on a crazy diet or anything. I mean, at times my wife will food don't make me, but I eat relatively well. I eat a lot of green, and she also didn't boost you more. You know, and I laugh a lot. Yeah. You know, I'm light. Me boom for peas. I know money be cool. Yeah. So you know. We'll be back. Except my you pay your friends saying GhanaWeb. When we didn't ni part time was maybe but you know, I just read it as comedy. Yeah. You know. So we'll be all back kind way. You know, but I take it all in good stride. Yeah. You know, it's human beings will be human beings.
So now to the dreadlocks. I know your kids have the dreadlocks and
almost
generally you are a dreadlock family.
The whole family, pretty much.
Do you align it with Rastafarianism?
No, we're not Rastafarians.
Okay.
Some of us are Christians. Some of us are free thinkers.
Okay.
I was raised Christian. I was born Christian, but I subscribe. I mean, I do Ramadan. Okay. I'm on my 8th Ramadan. You know, know we say health, no so count. We try faster now. Yeah, mama. So, no, we are very open-minded. You know, we subscribe to that one biblical law, which is do unto others as you'd like others to do unto you. That pretty much covers everything.
Yeah. And
we're a positive vibration family, as you see how we relate to people. Humility is our motto. You know, my wife is a doctor. I'm some type of a celebrity, rap star, legend, whatever you want to call me. Yeah. Her father is an ex-president. My father was a legendary fashion designer. And yes, we are all very grounded. Yeah. And this is how we have been and will continue to be. I raise my children the same.
With the businesses that you're going into, I know you did even condoms.
Yes, Rockdoms. Rockdoms. Slogan in there, no. My name is entering places. Yeah, Rockdoms was a great initiative. You know, I am very affiliated to young people, and young people have a great deal of respect for me via the music form, the genre that I gave hip life. And so I'm always connected to young people. The one thing that I know the young people do is have sex. Yeah. And so my whole idea was to protect them. You know, I'm running a night spot. I'm selling liquor. You know, young people coming in here. I mean, the most I could do is have some responsibility. And that's why I went for the Rockdoms. Unfortunately, my partner passed away. Okay. A lot of you don't know that. That's why there's been a pause. But hopefully we should regroup and bring it back. But you know me. I went from condoms to nightclub to Wachi, and the next minute I'm selling rock strap. I'm a hustler.
I was going to ask about cannabis. So
cannabis, yes.
Yeah, that industry is booming.
I'm not selling that one yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay, but have you thought about it?
Oh, it's going to be a booming market really soon. And if you are business minded and you know what cannabis can bring as far as revenue, not for recreational smoking. It's so medicinal. I mean, you can make so much out of cannabis. I mean, the world is moving. Now, I'm not for you many of you. When the West now Africa more pre. More Jack. So they making millions of dollars, and you sitting down talking about what? Yeah. I mean, you know, you sell alcohol, you know, which to me is way much more dangerous than cannabis, by the way. But then again, once upon a time, alcohol was treated like cannabis today. It was illegal. Today, it's on all your shelves. I haven't seen people misbehave, and I've been on this planet long enough. I own a night place. Most people I see unruly and misbehave are usually intoxicated.
From alcohol?
Yeah.
Or marijuana, no?
No, I haven't. Most folks that I know that smoke marijuana, right down to my Rastafarian brothers, are calm. They calm. You know, it's people that drink who want to beat their wife, have a fight, all answer. But the world is hypocritical, so I'm not even going. Once they start to make money from this, they'll point on one till they come to this. Yeah. You know, marijuana is it's organic. It's an organic plant. It's just like any other one. It has its medicinal values, and we can make a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah.
Now let's talk about hip life. I know 1994 is quite iconic in your life.
You know, people keep getting the dates wrong. I actually came home 93-ish into 94.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so 93, 94, yeah.
And by then you came, you had a studio.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
When I came, I was going to a studio or studios. There's one called CHM. This was in North Kanishi. Yeah. Yes. And this is where I would meet the legendary, talented Zap Mallet. This is how we linked up.
So you started with Zap in Ghana?
Yeah, Zap was a studio engineer and a musician, bona fide musician, and we had these bright ideas about hip life. So
at what point did Casa Records come in?
Casa came a couple of years after this.
Okay.
And this was my brother, DJ Rab, may he rest in peace, and my father. They came up with the idea that it would be great to have a record label.
By then you had singles already?
Oh, it's just your room crash.
Okay.
Yeah, but we never paid. Much attention to Casa Records because I myself was an artist on the label. And I was just starting to bloom and spread the gospel of hip life. And so we never really had that time, your friend Adaje, to really develop this label. But today, with the knowledge that I have amassed, I think it would be safe to say that I'm ready to go. You know, people always assume, hey, Anna, one for artists beyond mouth in a day. Me tell you, say I am qualified to put out an artist. People just jump into conclusions. That's why a lot of them fail. If you notice, a lot of artists, they start a record label and then how many artists not falling out.
Yeah.
When you take somebody's career and you put it into your hands, that's a marriage. Yes, I do have some wisdom, I do have some knowledge. I'm management. So people assuming that because I know music or I make music, I am eligible to be a record label or whatever, it's ludicrous.
But can you do that now?
Yes, I have more knowledge today.
Okay.
Today I am wiser. I know a little bit much more than I did before. I'm in a more powerful position. I have more time than I used to. You know, how was I going to manage anyone if I was running around on tour? And remember, it's a money game. You buy it, who's got sending a net and collect, they're hand to mouth. And then, praise Jah, my father was alive, and he was very instrumental because he was an executive producer. I don't know see studio no my studio beside and I don't see my later. Yeah. So, you know, people just assume. And it also beats me wrong because there's a sense of entitlement. You know, the fact that I make music doesn't mean I want to be a record label. Simple.
But you succeeded because, I mean, managing yourself and the team that backed you made it happen.
Yeah, but you see, I come from a different era. I come from an era where we were hands-on, on the ground. I mean, today, these kids, they're so entitled. They got YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, Snapchat. I mean, oh boy, your mouth to me to Facebook, then you do what? Yeah, time, no be free soon. No, I better talk cassettes. I work on Tamanto. What's here? And how did they learn all my lyrics? I know all the songs.
So do you remember the hustle at the time with Maka in 1997?
Yes, I do. But tell you the truth, Mambre, I'm really blessed. And I'm not, ashamed to say this. You know, my father stepped in. He believed in the dream. He saw it. He was a part of the team that named the Hip Life, and he sponsored it. Yeah, I'm Brett. No, I bridge the crowd, and cause I be I'm a Brett or home time because I started my career over in the West, so UK, New York, and the
So you were not involved in, let's say, production of the cassettes and also moving them in distribution.
No, it's out of my Dakar. You'll be a Juma.
Yeah.
And papa, you tried me, I got that free. Me buy me Jimmy Sika.
But you made some money?
Ah, there be, yeah. Those days, we taught him Balani. When you can what all girl tickets be a man and no.
So was
and then collect kakas.
Yeah.
It be see nine. And this is why it is such a curse for the folks who we sacrifice for to ever be disrespectful to us. It's a curse onto you if you ever speak, disrespectfully, because we sacrificed.
Was there a side hustle, or you were totally supported by your father?
I would say, because at the time, yes, the small revenue that was coming out of the music would be my side hustle, but I didn't pay rent. I did free fee. I was just coasting.
Yeah.
And so I am very truthful about this. And, people would otherwise, but we all work for our children. And that's what we strive to do. You work for your children.
Well, you had it easy, as you're saying.
Yeah,
at the time.
I had it very easy.
I know you were meeting a lot of other artists who were trying to make it. And how did you see that time as compared to now?
Well, that's the beauty of who I am. And all that I said, as it being easy, and by description of how my life was, I brought everybody in. Man, Jobia. So if you check my history, right from the door, you see me introducing Obrafo on stage. You see me in this video. I mean, I almost sparred. Remember, I'm older than a lot of these kids.
Yeah.
I mean, they're grown men now, but back then, I was much older than them. So I was the big homie. And I brought everybody in. Sammy B, Rutai, Zap, DJ Rab, my own cousin Sydney Nananum, Sai Lover. Man, it's endless.
Yeah.
And we were like one big family. Everybody believed in the dream of hip life, and they stood by me, and I stood by them.
So they put in the double effort than you did, or not?
Well, I don't know their stories, but they definitely got the doors open by me. Excuse me, they definitely got the doors open by me, because otherwise, Ghana wasn't looking at the youth.
Yeah.
It was
And how?
Because yes, Ghana was true. And that's what I'm. It's a tough situation. And last but not least, it gave a big doorway for, excuse my language, bullshit music, because it was paid for. So you had people in the system who had zero talent. So they would be in the way 10 times before you had a Sarkodie or a Black Sharif. What it does is it slows down the process. Yeah. But Obia block it.
Do you have any incident with any DJ?
Yeah.
Personal incidents?
Yeah, I do. I had a personal one. I mean, I can't mention no names today. But matter of fact, from the very inception of hip life, I had an incident. Me call radio station be. Me drew on me cassettes. Now I'm so my body I'm not, yes, I'm not, And see, Brabby, no, I know so. Me famano. I feel later on or say prices and they say, I'm saying, hey Joe, that's not a plan bank. Where's a plan bank? And I immediately rejected that. And so it was another presenter who was walking past. I don't know who, man. I know some people who station, no. And I say, oh, Charlie Papa Jerry, what did he do for you? I'm a born man. I say, oh, for tape the mommy. That was the beginning of it.
Yeah.
He just started to play, and people were like, wow, wow, wow. So if I had engaged this guy, maybe this hip life would have never got to you.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not a healthy practice.
Now let's talk about music videos. I know you shot a lot of music videos.
Yes,
And
one of my hobbies, yeah.
Yeah, you supported a lot.
Yes.
You have a song, there should be a video.
Yeah.
How did you go about it?
I've always, you know, I went to acting school. I went to drama school. I originally aspired to be an actor. And normally there just by mistake, between. And so I love the camera. As you see, I'm very animated.
Yeah.
You know, I can express myself. And I love creating. And you be a mebo biano. Me trim. Me yin sesene. Answer na me go studio no cry no me asesene. So when you hear me sing Nwan Kwana me say yes uni kunu mango bunu, it's all imagery. When I say Dear Rockstone, that is saying, I am uni paya was safo mafo. So like you go see any amafo no visa maso nano, me shower down for COVID. It's all imagery. And I'm able to project this lyrically. So me rap here. Oh, I was saying, because when I did your bounce visa, Utia is like a movie that you could picture. So I'm painting pictures with words. And so this has given me that extra ability to translate the lyrics into visual. And, you know, I come from a very artistic home anyway. My father being a fashion designer, I know about colors and, you know, and that's why. Yeah. Also, I realize that some music, you might not understand or catch it till you see the visual representation of it. So, when Oboa did Oboa, it was the video that projected it. And people, oh, he's in African garb, he's, you know, he's a kin.
So let's talk about how you accidentally came into music, because you said drama school, and then you did a dance in the 80s, and you're still dancing anyway.
Yes, I do.
So how did you accidentally fall into music?
I've always listened and loved music. I'm a dancer. I started dancing. I've been self-employed since age 11. So, you know, you were asking me about a side hustle. I've been on my own.
Yeah.
And to me, Papa, or hit you doing no, and yes, you DB. But you know, it's not like I was born with a silver spoon. Contrary to popular belief, I'm just very confident. Yeah. And people usually equate that with, you know,
privilege.
Yeah, privilege. I'm just confident. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. No. But I was raised to be confident. The question was
how you accidentally fell into music.
Yeah. So being that I love music and I dance to music, the next thing would be, I said, pet, I bang quang. It will only be natural that after a while you learn to make it. That's what happened with me. But when I say accidentally, many years ago in the West, na me ye juma, bopa, we juma yabrichi.
In the UK?
Mm-hmm. This happened in the UK. And kofona me no ye juma no. Ye fan sa bosom mo betu America no. And no me mistake. They made a mistake. See, ye fan say betu me be ye fan say be £200. They must have put in my account like £1,000 by mistake. What can I tell you? I mean, I am just a blessed human being. But at the time, it was a question of morality, whether to return the money. You know, I was young. Today, I probably would do it different. But yeah, man, we ran with it. And I was a young dude with money. And I didn't know what to do. And there was another dude, a legendary DJ, his name is DJ Pogo, producer. You know, so I teamed up with him. And we put in some of the money into studio time. Yeah. And me and Freddie Funkstone, and, you know, Not me caught Harlem, me caught 125th, me caught entire. So I'd buy clothes from New York and come sell in the UK.
So you with
that was
the
my
money,
little business, yeah.
So with the money you moved to Harlem to get the clothes?
Yeah,
And then,
yeah, I would go over there because I always went between New York.
Yeah.
You know, I'm originally born in the UK, but some Bushi and also America side. So I always went between Continental. So it's UK, the States, and then eventually back home.
Yeah.
And see, business I'm in, and hip hop gear. Yeah, people I chose that they don't come away more. No more feel it.
Now just
You know, that's my little hustle. So I've always been a hustler.
Yeah.
You know.
And see, Bena, why am I speaking tree though?
Some me try tree English, no. We say I'm coming my way. Yeah, maybe too.
You know. So when did they bounce? The Bena bounce with visa.
It has never happened to me.
But at the time, you know, there was a lot of
hold on.
stories.
Actually, it has.
Okay.
But not in that sense.
But that didn't inspire the song?
No. That song is based on people's accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I've had immigration problems before.
From the UK to the US or Ghana to the US?
Nah, I think it was from the UK to the US, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Eddie Blair will tell you, immigration don't like you, Reggie. Me just cue me said down, back as a step aside. I don't know why. You know, but I've never really been in no major trouble in that sense. Yeah.
So at what point did you live in Kumasi?
When they brought me home from the West, from the airport, that's not playing straight to Swami. You picture that.
Yeah.
Culture shock be. You know. And so, you know, I was pretty young, and but look what it has done. It has become the very blueprint of the concept of hip life.
Yeah.
But you know, me, they encouraged me. They, you know, my father made sure that I was really about my people. He was a Pan-African, so yeah.
So at Swami, did you go to school there, or by then you were done with school?
No, I didn't. I didn't do school in Swami. I did a little schooling in Asquat.
Okay.
And yeah. But I know Kumasi very well too.
Yeah.
I know Kumasi as well as I know the UK or New York.
So how was school like for you in Ghana? Do you still meet some of your schoolmates? Do you meet people you
Oh, I
remember in
also
school?
went to Achimota Secondary.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Motown. I also went to Achimota Secondary. And yeah, so I have a very wide collage of colorful characters that I have met in my lifetime.
Are you still connected with them?
Yes. I'm very good at keeping friends.
Yeah.
I have friends that I've had for 3 decades and then some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is a Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, and we're speaking with Reggie Rockstone. He's taking us into his life, and we are not talking about, I mean, the regular stuff that's out there. We just want to know some other things, some homely stuff. So we are home.
Yeah.
We are home, where the kids are, where the family is, where the community is involved.
Yeah.
And I've not seen them yet. Are they in school? I mean, the kids.
I wasn't. well, my kids are on vacation.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that it would be the same. But in Shona Toya, na mama park no swafo. See, we are here, Ghana. So these they can't even come out and play.
Yeah.
And see, be our Saturdays and Sundays, no money na day. But I occasionally throw like little parties for them to ginger them. And that's why a clean up campaign over here. Yeah.
And do you meet their parents? Do some of them come to you?
Yes. Some of them, you know, when I'm driving, they will wave, or they will say they appreciate, you know, the help in looking out for these kids. Yeah. You know.
Now back to your own kids. I mean, there are some times when you play your old songs, you don't know the songs. How do you feel about that? Do you think it's normal?
Well, my wife, she was tell you that Reggie is your fault. You know, you keep playing them this new stuff. They need to know the history, you know, of where you come from. And it's ironic that when I played them some of my old stuff, they really liked it.
Yeah.
I mean, especially boom, boom. You know, they kept playing that. So now they go on YouTube and then they try and look for old songs and old videos. But my kids are big fans of mine.
Yeah.
My kids, also because I'm making like current modern music. So for them, their father, that's what, you know, he does. Yeah. And their friends love my music. And yeah, I'm just the coolest dad.
We've counted up more than 3 retirements?
No, just once.
Just once? Okay, and you came back?
I would return with a very low-key album, very dangerous album, potent, called Registration.
Yeah.
And of course, because of Payola, they wouldn't let you hear it. Yeah. So they was playing a lot of, there's so much music on radio that, you know, no disrespect, but I feel like I could do better. You know, no, not bragging, but they will make it pass through. And so, music is personal though, to each their own. Yeah. It's very, I feel a way when I hear people disrespect other people's music. So I'm Pat Minty. Yeah. It's Cedriani. You know, some people like Banku, some people like Rock Swatchy, plug, you know. And so, you know, that's what the button is for, off and on.
Was it a mistake for you to retire the first time, or it was?
No, it was deliberate.
It was a trigger.
It was a deliberate. Yeah, because at the time the Payola thing was heavy. Okay. It was like a gold rush. Yeah. DJs were getting rich, producers were popping out everywhere. A lot of these kids were getting bum deals. You know, just because they needed a visa to leave the country, they would give their whole catalog out. And me, being that I wasn't that hungry, I was like, this is not what I created this for. This was created to cater for, create employment. Young people should be able to benefit from this instead of doing crime and whatever. And so it got so bad I wanted to pull out. I didn't want to be a part of anything that wasn't as proactive as when it began. And then me free. I said, no one has ever done that. When I said I was going on retirement, I had a hit record. That's when I had just put out Reggie from Bonnie Chairman Why, and I'm assuming to you. But it kind of helped me because Ghana, and so what happened was, because I left on a hit, there was always a gap, a vacancy. Like, I feel. You know, I didn't hang out long enough for Ghanaians to say, oh, we're tired of him. Just when it was hot, I left it. And it kind of worked out for me. Yeah. Because many after I would come back and reinvent myself with a prolific group, a historical merger, VVIP.
On that note, we'll go on a break. We'll come back and talk about VVIP and other matters. So we're speaking with Reggie Rockstone. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Okwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. It's an interesting conversation we're having here in the house of the grandpapa himself, hip life grandpapa, Reggie Rockstone. So Reggie, you know, you've given us some stories, and I mean, there's another story that's quite interesting. That's the VVIP story. You are the V to the VVIP.
Yes, I am.
And how did that happen? 2014, what happened? What was going on in your head? Did you knock at their door or they called you?
Yeah, no, I actually did knock on their door, if to put it that way. But you know, since we on web, because let me explain something to you. First of all, musicians make music. It doesn't matter if you call me the Godfather, all these accolades. It has nothing to do nothing except for the music. So who frame me Dean, hey, we a godfather, grandpapa, that's a member, who am I? Now, Ghanaians, you're tricky people. You want to make me a monument, and I want to be a movement. There's a difference, people. I don't want to be a monument. I'm young at heart, I'm alive. I look good, I'm ready. Rap, you want me to sit down and just be the godfather? Now I'm at your side. Let's say so that's one. Two, musicians love making music. That's the one thing musicians love to do. So when other musicians join other musicians, they're gonna make music. Last but not least, Mano hey, some people join the group. No, we demand we are here no. From this will be kume. Na mo bomb and some more general. So we need to go bomb to a can there. No go down me yes. Anyway, all put aside. Did we deliver? Shame on you. Can me buy it? Can me join the woman and career? I would understand that. 4 years back to back. Skolom, Alaji, Dogoyaru, selfie, this, and not mind when say the assassin, Morefi. Dear Mudi Matem, Nanyame, he cried and said, O my dear Granny Review, O my sa at Jomani, or be I recorded. I feel almost saying, can you crack across or join you? Yeah. After the fact, when the time they review, when the assassin, when I feel, can you cross or join them because the brand, you know, and I understand the sentiment, but they're not thinking it through. Because what they are doing is they are putting me in a different light. It is very humble of me to leave everything and join my young brothers, build with them, and be successful. Now, I'm in my promise free group and this and also
but you prove people wrong, you know.
I proved them wrong too many times.
Yeah.
And I remember telling my brothers Zeal and Prodigal, because at the time, and I was like, don't worry, I know my people.
And you're on Twitter doing your thing.
Oh, I never know about facial. I'm probably one of the oldest dudes on Twitter and Instagram, you know, Mr. Manuel. No comment can be. I'm a rapper. How you gonna argue with a rapper? I talk for a living. I'm a wordsmith. So, but in all of this, I'm having fun. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally enjoying my life.
But don't you think it's part of the showbiz? Because it is showbiz comes with all of that.
Of course. And I've been in show business so long.
Yeah.
When I was a dancer, there was haters, the same thing. In fact, that was worse. You know, but today, the hater can hide behind the phone and assault your mother. There's a difference. Yeah. So it has become a little bit more venomous. And perception is everything. So, you know, at times we can be I'm saying, oh, y'all, man can't hear. No, perception is everything. What kind of can be? Yeah. So anyway, that's what happened, and we proved them wrong. And after the fact, after me di adrenaline Navy, after almost say, can you can say I'll join a group, bro? AB.
Are you still together as a group?
Yeah. You see, VIP is a brand.
Yeah.
VVIP is another brand. And the way we structured it is so that in 10 years from now, another 3 young kids could come together and call themselves VVIP. It's a community vibe, you know. We're not going to be rapping forever. As we speak, all 3 individuals are very busy.
Yeah.
So anytime when we feel like it, when we're ready, we go in the studio just like we did. 3 hands are better than 1. I'll go to you in the mood. Come on. If you go in the studio, you know we're going to kill you.
I saw a video somewhere. I think it's one of your videos where you're discussing reasons why you're not being invited to some national events. And
oh, that was my wife. Yeah, this is when, no. Yeah, nobody
invites you.
No, my, so I did a movie.
I don't know if they had. Have you received any invitation?
Well, I mean, it's not as bad as I made it. But, you know, I would like to be present when anything of any significance is happening. I mean, if you invite me and I don't make it, that's different from, you don't even call me.
Yeah.
And another thing is, I'm quite well, you know, my scope is wide. And I could always contribute. I'm not no dummy.
And you bridge the gap between the young
and the old.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely not no dummy. You know, a lot of times I watch them and I'm like, yo, did you know this and this and that? Yeah. You know.
The Book of Hip Life.
The Book of Hip Life.
What? Nobody's reading it?
No, the Book of Hip Life is not a real book yet. But the concept, the seed has been sown.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like a mythical book, but I guess at some point it will come to be. Lately, a lot of Africans and non-Africans worldwide have been reintroducing my name because of the Nigerian documentary on Netflix, the Afrobeats, the backstory.
Yeah.
So a lot of young Nigerians who didn't otherwise know who I was, all checking in my DM and coming on my page.
Were you on the documentary?
Yes.
Okay.
They come on now. You could never tell no African story about music and then I don't come up.
Yeah.
But you see, it's just weird that it took Nigerians to validate me, whilst my own people were cussing me about. I mean, my people even said I didn't bring it. Jesus Christ! I'm moving to Togo. I should move to Togo. You know, but
I had KK Kabobo also. I had that name somewhere. That is also behind that too.
Everybody, KK Kabobo, they were all probably doing some form of rap. As to whether KK Kabobo knew he was rapping is another case.
Yeah.
If you had asked him back then, KK Kabobo, I did friend of rapper. So all of a sudden, everybody seems to know.
Yeah.
Which is cool, because that's the blueprint. The blueprint of rap comes from Africa, so I'm not surprised.
So Afrobeats and hip life. Is Afrobeats drowned in hip life, or are they the same thing? What's the difference?
I wouldn't say drown in it, because I'm Pan-African. If Afrobeats is kicking them doors open, it's good for everybody. Because today, Kim Promise is in the door. Black Shirt Youth is going in there.
They're not mentioning hip life.
No, because we might have left our brand. You know, if we had held on to our brand, like I told you to, you know, I must have been even now. But boy, I stood in. I fought a fight. I'm still fighting. And in fact, it is because of hip life that the Nigerians are mentioning me again, which is giving us another chance to get in there, sit at the table. But it doesn't really matter at this point, because everything is everything. And you know, I'm a huge fan of Uncle Fela, and those two words came out of his mouth, and so that's an extension of what the Uncle Fela put out. I sampled him. So yeah, I'm very proud of Afrobeat, hip life, do whatever, but if you really want to be nationalistic about it, then hold on to your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about Rockstone's office. We've got the Rocks watching. And the boss herself.
Yeah. Zilla. Watching.
Yeah.
You see,
how's it going? Like, how is the connection?
Well, it's become it's an amazing journey, because in the same way that my name is synonymous with hip life now, my name has become synonymous with an African dish.
Yeah.
And people don't realize what I'm doing. They will thank me. You see, if you can't be proud of anything that I'm playing that I'm got you over. If you cannot be proud of all that belongs to you, you will fall for anything that doesn't belong to you, or you go after stuff that don't belong to you. And in me the reception. I've been selling watches for over 12 years, by the way. A lot of people don't even know that. That's how I'm paying school fees. Yeah, Rockstone's office. You know, it was one of the dishes on our menu, and it just happened to be really good. To Corona buy and I feel much is a club liner. So we immediately moved to the food because you cannot go wrong with food. People got to eat 3 times a day. So food is a great business. It's intensive, but it's a great business. And what motivated me was the reception for young Ghanaians when they found out that I was selling wachi. I was surprised that they looked at it as something derogatory. And that broke my heart.
Yeah.
And so, on that note, I decided to prove to them that I'm going to become a millionaire from selling rice and beans to human beings. And if you take what it is that I do, you'll be successful in selling kinky, wachi, big pen, whatever. You don't stop.
Is that an advice for artists too?
Same shit. Excuse my language. Same thing. I mean, no. You know, you could be a musician and not do anything, but that don't make no sense. Because when you make money, you gotta invest the money. You know, you can't just you grow old. You're not gonna be making music all. I get bored of just making music anyway. I want to do something else. But it really pushed me to be an example to young people. You don't look down on your own food. You crazy? You fighting over jollof? That's not even yours. It's from Senegal. Sanity. Two what you miss you. Watch it. Talia won. Kushia, Killy, an amazing dish. My Jano Namo, money Nigeria for Jollof, Ukraine. You see? And this tells you a similar story of hip life and Afrobeat.
Yeah.
So my thing is pretty much what I did with hip life, I am trying to do with this dish. And of course, being innovative as I am, I'm not going to sit around and sell wachi the same way it's been sold after how many years. I'm going to move it.
Whose idea was it to put it in a jar?
Wachi.
Whose idea was it to put it in a jar?
Well, putting food in a jar is actually not new.
Yeah.
It's all over the world.
Yeah.
Now, it's a place to crowd media glass. It's so hypocritical. Now, last but not least, people who in the beginning they didn't understand. These same people eat corned beef and sardine. When you have glass, which is safe, is eco-friendly. Rubber, matwe choki gates is sure tie in Hey Ghana, my brother.
But I think you got a good reception.
No, of course, in the beginning, they didn't understand. Then, of course, it caught on, like everything else. And, that first bad publicity, I didn't fight it, I embraced it. Because it made people aware. And then every thinking human being, if you had any sense, you'd be like, wait a minute. What this man is saying makes sense. Say me kwako jina malia gota. Adie di ashem. Hamano so ya kata office or no one who be this pool where you good wakata so. Now the glass keeps it hot.
Yeah.
It's hygienic, less rubber. It's up to you. And you are so hypocritical. The reason why is more you didn't know you didn't share can that you you see your friend of corned beef man glass I watch with the do you know how much preservatives you have to put to dead meat to keep it from sardine more powder for fukra more?
Are you exporting the wachi? No?
We are trying to open branches all over.
Yeah.
So we're going to do everywhere. The UK, I mean, it has become a household brand. Everybody knows Roxwachi now or Jawachi, which is something that I wanted to happen.
Yeah.
And so we're in that phase right now. The brand is standing up. Anytime you mention Watch It, my name come up. That's what I want.
Yeah.
And then now we're gonna move it. I see what Papaya did. And Rice and you know, Moto. I want to have a franchise just like them.
Yeah.
KFC, no man, you know, Salai. I could go from the beef, excuse my language. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They would rather, you know, hey. So I want to build a place, the brand just like them. I'm going toe to toe with them.
So what's next for the Grandpapa when it comes to music and also entrepreneurship, life in general?
Well, apparently entrepreneurship is pretty much my life now. You know, I'm always selling something or the next. But I still love music. I deal with a lot of young people. In fact, it's really an insult when people say that I never help young people, because I'm actually behind almost every success story. You will find my name in there. People don't even know. I just don't talk about it. I don't come out saying I'm the one that did this and this and that, you know, because I'm the grandpapa. And so a lot of young people that I deal with, you know, I'm helping shape up. There's a young brother by the name of Lalid. There's a young brother by the name of Vice. I mean, I told you about everybody way before everybody blew up, but everybody forgot. I am notorious for predicting stars. Most of the folks, if you notice, before they get big, I either posted them before or I spoke it into existence. And they respect me, and they find it offensive when people say that, because they know what I do. And overall, when they say you didn't do nothing, I actually nurture the whole nation, because without the hip life, so that alone gives me a diplomatic. You shouldn't even mention my name when you talk in that mess.
These are great words, and I know you have some few lines for some artists who are coming up, and also your fans.
Well, at this point in my life, I don't call them fans. I call them Ebusia. We're family. We're all connected somehow. For those who really appreciate what it is that I do, be it my food, my sense of humor, whatever, I am appreciative of the fact that you appreciate what I do. God bless you. These are trying times on this planet, and we really got to look out for each other. Reason is we don't know what's coming next. 1 minute they got this, we got to wear a mask, or all of us going to die. I figure I'm going to say annoying pox, monkey pox. It didn't cry a suspect. It's had in the tear. This year I'm a you know, it's bad enough that they racist and they're going to call it monkey pox. Anyway, that's a whole nother show.
Yeah.
So, the world is not as it was. You know, times have really changed. You know, so be more prayerful, be more insightful, wisdom, acquire wisdom. And wisdom is a currency right now. And because we don't know what's happening. And be more patriotic.
It's great speaking with you.
Thank you.
Reggie Rockstone, the grandpapa, and I hope you do this. Next time maybe I remember I'm a Ghanaian, by the way, so I don't know, you speak any other Ghanaian language? No?
I actually lived in Labali for years. But I lived right there by Youngsters Club for years, but all the Ghana folks only spoke Cree to me.
Oh, man.
Because they assumed that that's what, you know, so I never picked it up. But yes, I kind of pick up, you know.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
And this is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. I just want to end it, but I have to. Our guest is Reggie Rockstone, the grandpapa of hip life, and my name is Ismail Okwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. Be safe.
Something also that we do not really like to do, but I've learned the hard way that is very important: acknowledge your mistakes. We all make mistakes. And it's better if you acknowledge your own than if someone points at you and says he or she did a mistake. Anticipate. Even if people don't know, you make a friend forever. I have happened to work with people about whom I've had a negative opinion, spontaneously, or because I had heard bad things, or the way we had connected in the first place. I had a very bad opinion. And after a year or 2 years working together, I realized I was wrong. I never mentioned to anyone that I thought that this guy was not a good person. It was between me and me. But I've done it twice in my life. In their farewell cocktail, I said, in front of everyone, I said I had a bad opinion and I was wrong. And the people were like, but why would you say it? I mean, nobody knew you had a bad opinion. But if you show that you're honest, and you are intellectually honest, and you are capable of reviewing your own opinions, even if nobody knows, you made a mistake, nobody knew, and you acknowledge that, it makes you human. And it makes people also humble and say, if she acknowledged her mistakes, why wouldn't we? Something that also, especially for we French, because we love to debate, we love polemic, we love the Sunday lunch polemic, where we like to disagree. Never attempt to win an argument, because if you win the argument, a man who is convinced is actually still of the same opinion. He will nod and say, okay, but deep inside, he's still in the same opinion. So you say, well, how do you do? Actually, when you have to debate, you have to, there's the next rule, begin on common grounds. Let's see what we can agree on. And then, whatever the conclusion that the person will go, especially if it's a bit different from his, if he has shifted, let him think that it's his own conclusion. Don't add up, say, see, I was right. Because he will hate you for that. So, even, it's about saving faces. It's about letting people save faces.
Badminton is an Olympic sport, and we've been an Olympic sport since 1992. But primarily, it's an Asian sport, so it is part of the racket sports in the world. It's actually the fastest racket sport in the world.
Today's edition of Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV features the president of the Ghana Badminton Association, Mr. Ivan Siabua. We are going to talk about the history and the progress of the sport, as well as some controversies that he's been involved in, as well as the sport. This is Sports Check. My name is Staella Shanelly, and once we come back from this break, we talk sports. Back from the break, Mr. Ivan Siabua of the Ghana Badminton Association, a former vice president of the GOC, is my guest today. Mr. Siabua, thanks for welcoming us into your office.
Pleasure. I'm humbled to be here.
We've been having a lot of conversations on phones over the years, but I'm sure your story and what you've done with the sport is well recorded over the line. There are some Ghanaians who, I would say, do not know a lot about the sport, about badminton, what it entails, the rules. Can you spare us some few minutes and give us some history or some background into the sport?
Well, basically badminton is an Olympic sport, and we've been an Olympic sport since 1992. But primarily, it's an Asian sport, so it is part of the racket sports in the world. It's actually the fastest racket sport in the world, and it's been in Ghana since 1962. In fact, this year marks 60 years of our presence and establishment in the country.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll come to what we're doing to grow the sport or to make it more popular in the country. But 60 years, and that's some achievement that we need to celebrate. Are there any plans to maybe, or do you have any program outlined for the 60th anniversary?
Yes, there is a program lineup. The board at just our last quarterly meeting approved a committee to be set up in looking into re-celebrating the year-long activities. So it will involve seminars, it will involve workshops, it will involve tournaments that are geared towards retired players and corporate Ghana. It will also involve visiting and impacting sort of a museum of pictures that we've also had with people who have ever taken pictures with the sport the last 60 years. So it's sort of culmination of bringing everybody together who have one way or the other established what the 60 years the sport has been. So the committee is looking at it with the fine details.
And within that 60 years, who are some of the stars that the sport has produced that Ghanaians should know?
Well, if you look at it largely in the 80s, you've got very important players. You've got Fred is there. He used to be very popular. You used to have you have Ivy, who was very good. You've had Amuzu, you've had Roxanne, you have Alfred Akenya, and these particular people, you had Divine as well. So these particular people made headway in Ghana. So if you remember, in '89 they participated in the African Championship in Ghana, and then in 1995 and '94 they also went to Nigeria to participate in an international championship as well. If you come back to the millennials, you've got the early people like Teresa Tete, who was in Manchester in 2002. You also got Mary Enu, who was also in Manchester for the Commonwealth Games in 2002. You've also got our own biggest fan that we have in Koforidua. His name is popular known by his nickname called Sakuntu. He was also very popular with Noah and him also as well. So we've also had the scenario of the Shamo brothers as well, also doing their best, and coaching has been very, very important. And let me say here that over the last 60 years, 1 or 2 persons in coaching has been very phenomenal. So you'll talk about Frank Shamo, who has devoted most of his time. You talk about Coach Jacob Evans Wilson, who for 50 years was teaching badminton without salary. And he's still alive. He's 83 years old now. But that's why the board 4 years ago, when we launched the first international tournament in Ghana, we decided to name it after him. You know, we can give him all the gifts and glory in the world, that is, even if he got most of it, but we felt that let us name the international tournament, which was a prestige tournament for us the first time in the country in 2018 after him, and we did that graciously. So the tournament globally was called J.E. Wilson Ghana International Series, and it was very important to celebrate our heroes in that. So we've also got the last 10-12 years, very important people who have also been with the sport. You've got Mariga, you've got Daniel Sam, you've got Solomon Nyakun, who's based in the States as well at this particular moment. You've got people like Anum, and then you've got a crazy bunch of people who play along the side. So the last few years, there's also been, you've had Kelvin Evans Alphonse, you've got Prosper Nanchio, you've got people like Michael Opokuba, you've got people like Dinah Acha, you've got Evelyn Boche, you've got Emmanuel Boche. So all of these squads that are triumph, we've got Ahmed as well, who is doing very well as well. You've got the Boche family is very known for badminton in Takoradi and in the Western region. So all the brothers, the uncles, as this has been playing for the senior national team, and kudos to them in all of these celebrants as we move along.
So it's a badminton family there.
It's a very tall order. And everybody who have supported the last 60 years, we give grace and strength to you, and we know that we'll see ourselves again very, very soon.
You have come in the last 5 years and you've done some incredible works. Of course, there are some critics here and there, but what would you say is your biggest achievement as badminton president?
I will put issues on just 3 focus thematic areas. The first one is development. Look, when we came in 2017, when you take coaching, you could only count a handful of total of 11, with having about 4 of them who were particularly active. Even within the 4, there was 2 who were especially active. So we had to create an enabling environment where coaching was a priority. Because it's a little bit technical sport, if you don't have the coaches, then you can't decentralize down to the ecosystem. So we started with educating badminton in schools coaching, which our world body calls the shuttle time. So that takes us to primary schools and secondary schools. And we were able to, in the last 5 years, 4.5 years, I've been able to do a total of 8 coaching courses springing across the country, from Winneba to Ho. We went all the way to Accra, we went all the way to Sunyani. And among these 8 different areas across the country we have done, we've been able to graduate from 11 coaches to a total of 275 coaches in the last 4.5 years. Again, if you pick another development which was spectacular to us was our events. In the past, events were hardly held or the events were not graded. So what we did was we introduced a ranking system so everybody knows whether you are first from the top or you are largely also first from the bottom, and it gives everybody a position to fight for. So that ranking system also opened up, and then it was able to stop favoritism around tournament, so that you don't look at it and say, oh, because you are my cousin, you start at quarterfinals. That largely sometimes was happening, but the ranking system centralized everything, and everybody is awarded points per where you reach. So that was very good thing for us for the events. Another event which was very particular is we hosted 3 international tournaments within a space of 2 years. In 2018 and 2019. So in 2018 we hosted the Ghana International in 2018 in July here in Accra. It was extremely massive with about 18 countries participating. The following December, just that same year, we hosted the African Schools Championship, which was the first time ever for a West African country to be able to host all the schools in Africa here, which was phenomenal. Again, if you look at it, in 2019, we hosted the Olympic qualifier of 27 countries here in Ghana, involving a total of 119 Olympic qualified staffs, players who had assembled here and seeking to gain points to qualify for the Olympics Games in Tokyo in 2021. So largely for development, it was very spectacular. Again, in terms of governance, we had strengthened our constitution, we had strengthened our bylaws. At first, our bylaws, you could hardly count a total of 8 pages, but we were able to centralize it, and we became more vocal in media. We became more vocal in trying to create a website, which we did. And I quite remember the former minister's words when he launched the website was that, look, even his own ministry's website cannot be compared to what we have done. He was able to glance through, and for us, that was very exciting for him. So we felt that in 2018, 2019, 2020, we had put out these things, and they were showing for what our sport as a product was. And for us, that was very unique. So that gave us the world bodies ranking. We used to be 9 out of 66 in the world ranking, but just after 2020, we were able to climb to 48th in the world ranking out of 66. So for us, within a space of 4 years, we had grown the sport from what it was to where it had begun. We used to number 39 out of 43 sports in Ghana in terms of positioning, but now we have been able to centralize, and if you talk of the top 7 sports in the country, you would count badminton as a sport, and that for us is the greatest joy that we see.
You talk about governance, that's interesting, because I think last year there was a press conference by a faction or some members of the association where they alleged that you had hijacked the association. Basically, you are not allowing elections. Basically, all governance procedures, you are breaking them with impunity. Okay. What would you say to such allegations?
Look, number one, there is no. My grandfather always said, if you're doing something good and some people don't criticize, it means you enter into a big hole. But the point is that the governance structures that we have put together enable every paid-up member who is in good standing to voice whatever opinion that he has. You know, you can be a Ghanaian, but you cannot entirely be a citizen of Ghana. Elections can come up in Ghana, but because you're living in Ghana, it doesn't entitle you to vote or be a delegate or even be an observer. For us, we have held annual general meetings in 2017 where we all approved as delegates the constitution. Every constitution goes through amendments. In 2019, we held an AGM, we did that and we amended it. In 2020, people brought proposals, and you must always be a member in good standing. What we were entitled them to do is that last year we said, look, we have internal grievance resolution mechanism, just like every consequent and congruent society or workplace. And I'm sure even in their own workplaces, some of these things exist. So we said, look, just channel your issues, because that's the first place of grievance.
The argument, I think, per what I read and what I listened to, is that you basically hijack the whole process, and all the various subcommittees within the association were compromised. So even if they come to you and they decide to use the right channels, they had no trust in them because they were always going to rule against them.
Well, it's just like saying that His Excellency the President should take matters of Shraj and matters of possibly Parliament to his own hand. They are separate. For example, that independent body, we are not part of it. It's an independent body. So it's chaired usually by a High Court judge or a lawyer with 20 years at the bar or minimum 15 years at the bar. It's no joke place. So if you are not prepared to go to that independent body, because that's your first place of resolution, when you are done and hopefully you don't win, then you go to an appeal. If appeal doesn't work, then now you can go to wherever you want to go to. But we have welcomed them. We even invited them to come for a meeting. They did not respond, and they told us that, look, they were not going to participate in any meeting with us. But you know, these are just a handful of people, and for us what we have done is that any member who is aggrieved, the independent body is there. And similar like GFA, similar like other bodies who also have statutes, that goes through there. And for us, we welcome them if there are congruent criticism. Nobody is saying that criticism should be absolved, no, but let it be, you know, open. Let it be that shamed with maturity, and let it be that approachable that we will go. I believe that this year had been a wonderful year for those particular persons, and in every society you will find a handful of them. We still welcome them. For example, last month we launched a total of 15 subcommittees, and you'll be surprised that we had almost about 600 people applying for it. And I was happy that some of those people who seem to have some grievance issues even applied for it. So for us there is some limelight.
But they also accuse you of being vindictive. They claim that, you know, some players who spoke against the authorities due to certain treatment or certain issues within the association were sidelined from certain competitions because they decided to come out and voice out their concerns.
If you go to our website, we are the only sport in Ghana who puts, for example, selection. Every major event that we have, we put the selection criteria there.
But there were some in the press conference they did. There were players who confessed to who qualified and made the right qualifications, but were still denied call-outs because of the issues I spoke about.
For example, some players were suspended, some players were banned because they had misconduct in per our bylaws. So for example, if you go to a tournament and you go and steal bedsheets, you go and steal rackets, you go and steal shuttlecock.
Does that happen?
Yes. And you find out that the committee which sat on it says, look, you are found culpable. So because of that, you are suspended for a particular period. It's not about the president.
Sure.
Again, if you not attend, there is one particular athlete who for the last 10 years, he has received 6 suspensions differently. One person. And in some other cases, we felt that possibly he is mentally retarded. So even in the report of the last disciplinary committee, they asked that if one day should he come back, we should demand for a psychologist report. Because in 10 years you've received 6 suspensions. There's something definitely wrong for us. But our sport is a whole sport. We welcome everybody. And these things that you see are things not done by the president. These are penal measures that are there. That even affects the president if it is him. But for selections, we've even made what we call fast-track appeal. What it means is that if you have an issue of Kojo Mensah or Adwateria was not selected, there's a 3-day fast-track appeal decision that is also listed on the website that everybody can go through. So for us, the sport, we have opened it up, and the sport is about Ghana. It's not for only one person, and we enable and do the things that we need to do at all times.
All right, so this is basically the first part of the show. There are still a few more issues to talk about. There are corruption allegations. You also done well. We've qualified for the Commonwealth Games, the capacity. I think last year they went into a competition and they won quite a number of trophies for Ghana. So it's not all bloom. They've done quite well. Once you come back from this break, we'll be veering into that part of the conversation. This is Sports Check, and I'm Perez as welcome. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check. Perez as welcome. It's my name, Mr. Ivan Siabua of the Ghana Badminton Association. It's my host, it's my guest, and we are talking badminton. We've brought up with the first leg of the conversation where we spoke about the rich history of badminton in Ghana, as well as a few controversies that have engulfed his reign as president of the association. Now let's get to the positives. Starting from, I think somewhere last week or last 2 weeks, I heard a story of a Ghanaian who has done incredibly well.
Yeah.
What role did the Ghana Badminton Association play in that field?
Again, on development of the sport, 4 years ago, we saw that, look, we didn't have enough technical officials. Technical officials' role is basically to make sure that the rules and regulations are followed, and they are responsible for the management of the sport in terms of field of play and arranging prospectors, making sure that the tournament and event are held to the global standard, which the sport partakes that route. So what we did was that, okay, let's start educating Ghanaians as to becoming certified for national level. So we created 2 levels of certification, which is the accredited, means that you should have officiated 100 matches, and then the certified, which means you should have officiated 250 matches plus. So basically we went through a process, so we ranked them as well. So for example, if we go to officiate at Gusa Games, if we go to officiate in our own national championships, you get points. So those points are built up for you as you officiate. You don't get paid. But largely, if you saw it, this particular remark, just last year, we were able to send 3 of our top ranked technical officials for assessment at the African level. And we ended up succeeding to have one of them who passed as the overall top for the whole of Africa. And his name is Gabriel Acheku. Now, Gabriel is also the chairperson of the technical officiating committee of the association. So largely, Gabriel received his badge last week as the first Ghanaian to be certified in badminton technical officiating for us in 60 years. What it means is that he can now be able to officiate international matches by himself starting this year. And hopefully, if he's done with this year, what it means is that he's going towards next year for world events. And then we'll see a Ghanaian also there who is penciling for it. Again, to add up to the succession plans, we have a total of almost about 12 technical officials that we are also climbing. So they are climbing per the ranking national system that we are doing, so that in preparation for the African Games next year, we can have referees, we can have umpires, we can have service judge, we can have line judges, we can have match control, and these technical officials will be able to man for Ghana when we host the African Games come next year. So we're still celebrating Gabriel Acheku and all the other technical officials who are also climbing to that particular level. So it was a big success for us. It should have come earlier, but it's better late than none, and in 60 years to applaud that beginning.
I think still on the success of your administration, I think last year at the African Championship, Ghana won a lot of medals and also made progress to the qualification of the qualifiers for the Commonwealth Games. We won't want into that because that was the time when we were having the issues. Then we went to players that people they were able to do well. Then they ended up winning a lot of medals for the country. How did you achieve that?
You see, in 2020, we launched what we call the High Performance Plan for 4 years. So what it means is that we camp athletes, we open up the talent pool, and then make sure that people are playing first for the country. Number 2 is for their teammates, and number 3 is for themselves. So what we did was that, look, we participated in the Africa Under-15 Championship, we participated in the African Under-19 Championship, we participated in the Benin International Championship, which was the Commonwealth Games qualifier as well. So we were a bunch of 23 players who went to Benin in August, and then largely they also continued in Uganda as well in October. So you see that we won in Africa for the Under-15, we won both the mixed team event, we were 3rd, And then in the individual event, we won Africa's number 2. So we were second in the men's singles, and then we were also second in the women's doubles the event that we had. If you culminated it with the achievement in the Benin International, no player that went ever got below quarterfinal. So for us, it was something that was showing progressness. And it doesn't mean that if you're an athlete and you've been suspended or dismissed, you feel that without you there's nothing that we can do. The sport is bigger than anybody, including myself. Sure. So that is the bigger picture we looked at. So for us it was a total of 18 bronze medals and 1 silver medal for the different 3 categories that we participated in. And it was a big success for us.
And we have some players now qualifying for the Commonwealth Games.
Correct. I mean, it's still the same crop of players who are maturing into that. So we followed it up with the mixed team event in Uganda that happened in October 21 to 29, and it was very successful as well for us. And then we got the necessary points that we needed. So we were preparing for our last 3 tournament in February, and that we couldn't make it the last day. But what was most important for us is that the athletes are very poised, that look, they want to qualify for the first time for us to Paris 2024, and they are happy with the clear progress and pipeline that we have drawn, and that is achieving success day in, day out, and that we are very excited. So there is also the under-15 squad, which is also grooming up to qualify for the Youth Olympics in Senegal in 2026. If you look at it this year in Egypt in September, we're playing the African Youth Games, which is basically a youth game every 4 years, and it serves as a pedestal to see where our talent is and where they can compete with on the local front in terms of African continental, and then they'll be able to triumph to go to the Olympics and climb up. I mean, the Youth Olympics for the junior ones, and then the main Olympics for the senior ones. So for us, the high performance plan that we launched, and Mr. Danso and team are monitoring it consistently, and for us is very successful with all the implementations that we are getting.
In all of the war has been the support from Ghana. Have you received a normal support from them, or do you still think that it could be better?
Well, as the saying goes, we've received some help from government. I mean, for Benin, for example, the government was able to help us with the bus and also help us pay some of our bills, not more than $4,000. That's what we received from the government, or equivalent of 20,000 cedis in Benin. Again, in Uganda, the government was able to provide us with only ticket. That was in October tournament. They gave us 10 tickets for our journey. We had to try and run around to look for feeding and accommodation bills, and we are still even owing some bills across the African continent with some of our member associations. But what is very unique about it is that the government gives us help. It's virtually not enough. But what we have done as a body is that our last board meeting was a finance strategic meeting. We are selling our Premier League to Corporate Ghana. We are trying to sell our national championship to Corporate Ghana, and we are selling our own athletes to Corporate Ghana. Because, for example, the players will be auctioned when we are playing the Premier League. And these auctioneers will come around and exhibit, and the players also get some money out of it, and then it keeps recycling the ecosystem. Again, we are providing scholarships. If you saw, last year we provided a total of 100 scholarships to Ghanaian badminton players to have a collaboration with a university in Australia, and which some of them have done. We also got local scholarships for most of the players who are on the high performance plan. So largely it's enticing for things that we have done around that vacuum.
With all of this, how confident are you that maybe in the near future you are going to win some medals at the Olympic level?
Well, look, winning a medal at France 2024, it's possible with the right investment. But you see, it's what you put in is what you get. So we're working with government. Government is trying to lay a particular policy which will help the overall ecosystem. For example, some of us have wondered why basically the sports fund has not taken shape. We know that there's been a couple of conferences that has gone on since 1994, and basically we need to see the implementation of it. We know it's a challenge, but let's see a build up of us as well. We're also wondering whether when there will be expanding of basically basically the sports lottery fitting into the sports fund. Again, we ask ourselves that once we're able to quantify the value of sports contribution as a country, then we can have economic defense of the value of sports. These particular things will give us centralized, or give the sports sector, much more improvement and corporate.
I like the point about the contribution of sport to, the economy, the GDP of the country. Is that not a mistake or a weakness on the part of the various federations? Is that over the years you have not come together to fund some research into it and present to government and say, this is how much we are contributing to the sport?
Sure.
To the economy.
Yes.
And based on this, we feel that if you give us that amount of money, in the next 5 years we are going to do that. Is that not more of a mistake or a weakness on the part of, the federation of the various associations?
I would be looking to admit in some of these things, and you will find out that bringing us together as national federation heads is important. We are working on it. We are not perfect, but I know that some of these discussions are going on behind the scene, which very soon the nation at large will see what we do.
I know football is doing it.
Correct, but what is also important is to look at, when you are quantifying what is the total contribution, you have to look at the economy of the sport and the economy of all the sporting disciplines across 50 federations in the country. You have to look at right from the gym, right from basically where they train, right from even when they host tournaments. How much do they pay for immigration? How much do people even come into the country to assess our brand? So there's a lot of things that to do around it, and with the right people now in the helm of affairs, I believe that we'll be able to make the necessary consultation and inputs.
We are running up on the interview. I have 2 more questions left. But do you see a bright future for Ghana badminton, and 2 for Ghana sports as a whole?
Look, I'll pick from Ghana badminton. I see a very bright future for all of us and for those involved in the sport. So for me, what I would say is that the sport is bigger than all my stakeholders. Irrespective of whether it was your grandfather who brought it, or you were a coach in hockey and then you ended up in badminton. What is important is that the sport must live, and the sport will always be there as we live. What is also critical for us is that the future is very bright. We are seeing success with the plans and programs that we are having, and we know that in the near future, major success will exhibit for our sport.
My last question, we understand you see one of us for some publications. Give us some details on that.
Look, we did a presser last month to list and clarify matters more expandably, because the publications were just one media house, the same publication, and it looks like we became a selling story for them. So for us, we had to do what we had to do. We had tried informally to speak with them, but it wasn't really working. So we had to try and restrain that particular media house to be able to make sure that, look, if you feel that you've got some evidence or allegations, please let's meet in court and let's address it there, than to be trying to paint people black in the media space using your paper. And for us, look, I will urge the journalists that we have in the country, people's lives are at stake. Yes, you can have a computer sitting somewhere in Cape Coast or sitting somewhere in Dansoman and trying to type and write and all of that. For those people who you write for that story that you make, don't forget that it's going to be there for centuries. But have that mind in thoughts that, look, people have kids, people have businesses, even your own business that you are running in a newspaper, people also, you should think through about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan Seboa, for granting us audience. This has been Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezraka. The topic today is badminton. Until coming away with another edition of the show.
A social media influencer is someone who has established credibility in a specific industry, has access to a huge audience, and can persuade others to act based on their recommendations. Social media influencers are an important part of information network in the world today. They inform their followers on new products, new developments, and even break the news, like you're aware. That is why, as influencers, we should desist from posting materials and information that may tend to destabilize our society and rather use our platforms for social development. You have the power to inspire. You have the power to inspire people to be more positive and take action towards their goals. You should use your platforms to bring awareness to important issues, such as the devastating effect of bullying, and educate followers on being responsible citizens. In fact, research has actually shown that following influencers who promote positivity and self-confidence can give a sense of empowerment, and people can use that particular empowerment to change our world.
Nanso yadeɛ bɔ me de yadeɛ no kɔ hɔ kɔkyerɛ wɔ so mohwɛ mama ne hunu ɛbɔ mo hyɛ no mo ani so nso adeɛ no so ehia sɛ me de kɔ hospital enti sɛ ne na adeɛ no kɔ na afɛdeɛ
Guys, you are invited with my share fruit. This is how it looks like. I already showed that to you in my previous video. If you didn't see it, go back and watch that video. So I have some sunscreen on. She gave me some sunscreen. That's why my skin is shiny. And you are invited.
That will buy a ticket first. Okay. After that chicken, you will now pay the entrance fee.
Okay. How much is the ticket?
You know, the ticket is 20 cedis. Okay. And the fee also no Ghanaians, when they pay me, they pay 20 cedis each. And no Ghanaians, they pay 25 cedis.
So we have the chicken now. This is the chicken that will be used to feed the crocodiles. I mean, this is the only way they can come out. If they hear the sound of the chicken, they know it's meat, so they come out. So let's go, guys. Why is it that the chicken is small?
You know, normally this crocodile, you know, they don't have tank.
Okay.
So that's why normally give the small chickens. Because if you give the big one,
yeah.
And sometimes the problem is that you know this crocodile when they satisfy, they don't want to come out. Okay. So sometimes if you give the big chicken, they don't come out again. Okay. Yeah, that's why normally give the small ones.
Okay, so that's
they're hungry. Yeah. Before if you give the big one,
2 of them, they will come out again. So that's why normally do the small one.
So have you fed them this morning?
No, you are the first group.
We are the first group. Oh, right.
Is it that only when you have visitors then you feed them?
No, the money will charge for you people. No, there's day like that. We don't have visitors here. So you use the money, that amount to buy the chicken, the entrance fee. You use that amount to buy the chicken, feed them. Not all of them, but the 20 ones. There are about 15 of them.
So like how often do you feed them?
We feed them early in the morning. Come to around afternoon, we give them one. Every time, we give them one.
All of them?
All of them. Not all of them.
The ones that come
out. The ones come out. No, they make you over 200 inside this one.
Yeah.
So we only feed the trainer or those who are trained. You know, those who are not trained, even that one, they won't come out for you to see. Because they are not trained. But the trainer one will come out. If you just go and call it, they will come out, the trainer ones.
Okay.
But those who are not trained, they will inside the water, don't come out.
So what they eat?
They are faced and frog there.
Okay.
Yeah, they feel.
Do people still swim with the crocodiles?
Not this time.
Now they've stopped?
They stopped.
Why?
Come to around, you know, during the dry season. People swim there, but this time, you know, the water is plenty, so.
Oh, okay.
Don't do that this
By
time.
the dry season?
Yeah, come to around January to this thing. March to January. If you come, you see the children inside swim there.
Okay.
But this time they stop.
And how come the crocodiles don't bite them?
You know, if you know, Pala here, we don't do the crocodile meat. It's about taboo. One that die, we do better than the way bury ourselves. And that's why they are now friendly to us. You know, one that die, we better than the way we bury ourselves. And we don't kill them, we don't eat the meat. That's why we don't do the crocodile meat. One that die, we better than the way we bury ourselves.
So I tried crocodile meat in Kenya. If you are watching this video and you eat crocodile meat, just know that here is very sacred. They don't eat crocodile meat.
Don't do that.
They don't do that. They don't do that here.
Don't do that.
So yeah, we are currently here about to call them with this chicken and hopefully get to see them take some videos, take some pictures. So let's go back.
I want to capture the crocodile in like slow motion.
So he's currently calling them.
Anywhere here, crocodile can pop out.
I see one over there.
Well, let's pass here. Let's try here.
One is coming out.
Back. You go this way. Good. Come this way. I want to feed it. Huh?
Whoa, this is exciting. Crocodile. The skin is very rough. Come closer. It's time for Gloria.
You go down.
So Jonah has decided to.
It's coming forward.
Don't worry.
Stella.
It's coming. It's coming.
Wait down.
Throw it down.
Down.
Let it hit the mouth.
Down.
Try run.
Is there only one crocodile we are going to see?
Yeah, many, because the chickens are one. So if you want to see plenty, unless you buy
more chicken.
Yeah, so you can see plenty.
Oh, okay. So the more chicken you get, the more crocodiles you get to see.
Water. So you follow it gradually. When you enter where there is water, you feed the water in plant and fill some of its containers and start hunting again. When you finish hunting, coming back home, you meet the river was flooded and there was no way to cross this river. As she was standing there, she saw the same crocodile cross this river. And those days hunted these animals. This man spoke to it and he held the king of the crocodile, and the crocodile pulled him across this river. When he came back home, he narrated all what has happened to his family members, and they decided to consult the Sicilian because those days the crocodile were wild, they were taking the meat of them. And the Sicilian confirmed that you shouldn't make an attempt to kill a crocodile because the crocodile saved his life. It happened that this man had a quarrel with family members back at Burkina Faso, a village called Kampala, and he decided to look for the place to settle. He started from Burkina Faso walk towards the water gate, saying Agalu, in our language to mean I like this place. That is why we also had the name Parapara, so I Agalu. So when he settled here for a few years later, he was something around, he met a small water land, he saw people other land use water. Companies demand that back at Burkina Faso, Kampala, there are crocodiles, other here. So the people went to Sicily again. And the Sicily confirmed that the crocodile does save his life for the past years and to stay with him. So we shouldn't make an attempt to kill any crocodile, should rather protect them. From there, we vow not to take the meat of it or killing the old man of the descendants of Yusuf. From there, we also follow that tradition up to now. When they die, we bury them like the way we bury ourselves, and every year they have been reproducing also they are now many other year. So when they are about to lay their eggs, they come to our houses where we dump the refuse, the ball at the big end of the eggs, or the size of the river bank. And the mammals start to lay their eggs January and the hatch April. And we also believe that the total number of people who stay in Paga here represent the total number of crocodiles, meaning each crocodile represents human soul. So this is the brief history about our crocodile farm.
Okay. A number of years ago when I came, I was told that I think that person who found the land Paga, he became, I think, the first chief. And so, is it that they lay the eggs everywhere or just at the chiefs?
The chief hall, there are some particular houses that you go. Like, for instance, if you're a stranger, you settle here, you may not come to your house and lay those eggs.
So your house will lay eggs?
Oh yes. For you to know that you, for instance, maybe you are not forbidden to take a crocodile meat, you never come to your house. Yeah, they won't come there to your house.
This brings us to the end of this vlog. I'm right here from the Upper East region, Navrongo, specifically Paga. Anytime you find yourself in the Upper East region, make it a point to come here, come and feed some crocodiles because they need more of your chickens. I had an amazing time here thanks to the tour guide and everyone who helped us. So it's time to go. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time on my next video, exploring Navrongo. See you. I love you all. Mwah. So they are renovating the place, so I'm sure the next time you come, you'll see an improvement. So the taxi driver that brought us, we had to call him to pick us back to the the station, and it costs 5 Ghana cedis per person if you are going to go with the station taxi. So yes, and the taxi is drive from the station to Atta is just about 15 minutes drive. Again, Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. Still in the Upper East region, currently at a place called Sirigu Pottery and Art. And one interesting thing about this place is the fact that this art, every pattern has its meaning. So we are here to see what they have. Here they have amazing art, and it's one of the popular tourist attraction places to see in the Upper East. So I'm here to see it for myself, and you guys are coming along with me. So let's go, let's explore the town. I mean, this is one of the things you should see when you're in the Upper East region. So let's go. You know me, I always take you along. So come, let's go.
Well, the garage, and this is super, and the word super stand for Sirigu Women's Organization for Culture and Art, and this place was founded in the year 1997 by native from this community, by Mama Milene Kasisi. This is the founder of the place, and because they benefited a lot from pottery, because her mother was a potter, but then those who were doing the pottery, there were not many, and mostly they were doing it to feed the families. But the families mostly was doing it also to sell, so as they can gather some money to cater for her daughter to go to school. And really she was able to make it. So she was able to cater for her to go to school. So once she complete, she became a teacher. So she taught for some years, then she retired. So once she retired, she also became a manager of all the Catholic schools in the region. And later, she came back into the community where she benefited from. So once they came back, she then organized a few women who were doing the pottery by then. And this was the first building. This was the first building here. So they were meeting here all the time, sharing ideas on how to continue doing the pottery, also how to bring the youth, so they can also train them. The three colors, the black stands for dignity, the red one, danger, then the white one, pure. Yeah. Our former secretary, Mr. Kufiano, late. He was here that 2002. So we put a statue there to remember him. And the painting you see on it, always we have this type on top, which stands for leadership. Leadership. Follow that this one. This is a local weaving net. Okay. For storing calabashes. There's one inside the calabash. So this one, this stands for breaking calabash. This side down here. Breaking calabash.
So does it have a meaning, like broken calabash?
So the broken calabash, those are doing the pottery. Without the breaking piece of the calabash, they can't do a pottery. It's a tool they use for shaping it, also for smoothing. Okay. Yeah. Then this one, that one stands for togetherness.
So, have you noticed this? This is the original color, and to acquire this color, it has to be dyed. So these women are dyeing some. This color looks, is it green or blue?
It's blue.
Blue. How long does it take to dye?
It may take 30 minutes or 45 minutes
to dye.
The Unity. Then the one down there, this one. This one we call it a Mrs. Vaka.
What does it mean?
A Mrs. someone's name.
Apart from touring the place, what makes it very interesting is the fact that you get to do pottery with the women, you get to do basketry with the women. So I encourage you, we didn't call him initially, so he's trying to get the women so that we could do some pottery. If you are coming here, I encourage you to call them in advance so that they can arrange the basketry for you. So yeah, this place is beautiful, and the fact that the patterns mean unity, this is there's one moon togetherness. This is very unique. It's very unique, especially unique in the upper east region. So let's go to the top. Let's see what they have there. This is how the room looks like. Each room goes for 100 CDs. It comes with a TV, a small TV, an AC, and let's see the washroom. It's a very small. So we're currently entering the art gallery. These are some of the pots. And we are hopefully going to make one of these, something cute. This is really nice. I like the colors. Is this 18 CDs? Oh, this is 18 CDs. This big bag is 60 CDs, and yeah, and this is 35 CDs. That's how it looks like. Don't I look cute with this bag? Very nice. And this costs 100 Ghana cedis. I'm contemplating if I should get it or not. Yeah. Let me know in the comment section if it's something you buy. And I think 100 cedis is really cheap. It's really cheap. I will not say it because in Accra it's so expensive. It's very cheap here. It's 100 Ghana cedis. They have a small bag. Some go for 50, 60, 70, as low as 35 you get.
So this is the clay powder. And these are the protein, the old pot.
The old booking pots?
Yes.
Okay. We're about to start making our own pots, and I'm super excited. And Gloria and I are about to start. So she's currently mixing the clay and the water, as you can see. So she made me wet my hands first. I'm supposed to wash it down. It cost us 40 Ghana cedis to have this pottery experience. So I happen to. Mine doesn't look nice, so she's coming to help clean it up for me. Yeah.
Let it become longer, that it is breaking. Mr. Mark, this is your advice that you gave me.
Whoa, now it looks much better. So at this point, I am smoothing the back of my pot, and this is how it looks like so far. Please let me know in the comment section if I'm doing amazing, because I feel I'm doing amazing. So Auntie is helping me now, so my pot can look just like hers. Hers is really looking neatly done. This is how it's going. So this is the end product of our pots. This is how it looks like. Unfortunately, we can't take the pots because if we dry them, they are going to get broken and spoiled. They need to burn them under hot fire, so we're going to leave them. Next time when she comes in, she's going to get them for us. Yes, so that's just it with making of the pot. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here at the Sirigu Pots and Art. Yeah, until next time on my next video from the Upper East region, I want to say thank you so much for the love and support. I love you all. Until next time on my next video, let me know what you think about this video. Did you find this educative? Did you find it fun? Did you find it exciting? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time, I want to say I love you all as always. You're my favorite person. Mwah. So I got a souvenir from the Sirigu. This is how it looks like. Yay! I really like it. It's a flower mask, and I'm going to keep this forever. It's love from the Upper East region. So yeah, we are going. This is the car we came with. It cost us 150 cedis in and out. And yeah, our driver has been so helpful. Hi, darling. Yeah, in case it was the Upper East, just let Staella I know. Link you up with them and tell you how. Yeah. So if you
social media influencer is someone who has established credibility in a specific industry, has access to a huge audience, and can persuade others to act based on their recommendations. Social media influencers are an important part of information network in the world today. They inform their followers on new products, new developments, and even break the news, like you are aware. That is why, as influencers, we should desist from posting materials and information that may tend to destabilize our society and rather use our platforms for social development. You have the power to inspire. You have the power to inspire people to be more positive and take action towards their goals. You should use your platforms to bring awareness to important issues, such as the devastating effect of bullying, and educate followers on being responsible citizens. In fact, research has actually shown that following influencers who promote positivity and self-confidence can give a sense of empowerment, and people can use that particular empowerment to change our world.
Something also that we do not really like to do, but I've learned the hard way that is very important: acknowledge your mistakes. We all make mistakes. And it's better if you acknowledge your own than if someone points at you and says he or she did a mistake. Anticipate. Even if people don't know, you make a friend forever. I have happened to work with people about whom I've had a negative opinion, spontaneously, or because I had heard bad things, or the way we had connected in the first place. I had a very bad opinion. And after a year or 2 years working together, I realized I was wrong. I never mentioned to anyone that I thought that this guy was not a good person. It was between me and me. But I've done it twice in my life. In their farewell cocktail, I said, in front of everyone, I said I had a bad opinion and I was wrong. And the people were like, but why would you say it? I mean, nobody knew you had a bad opinion. But if you show that you're honest, and you are intellectually honest, and you are capable of reviewing your own opinions, even if nobody knows, you made a mistake, nobody knew, and you acknowledge that, it makes you human. And it makes people also humble and say, if she acknowledged her mistakes, why wouldn't we? Something that also, especially for we French, because we love to debate, we love polemic, we love the Sunday lunch polemic, where we like to disagree. Never attempt to win an argument, because if you win the argument, a man who is convinced against his will is actually still of the same opinion. He will nod and say, okay, but deep inside, he's still in the same opinion. So you say, well, how do you do? Actually, when you have to debate, you have to, there's the next rule, begin on common grounds. Let's see what we can agree on. And then, whatever the conclusion that the person will go, especially if it's a bit different from his, if he has shifted, let him think that it's his own conclusion. Don't add up, say, see, I was right. Because he will hate you for that. So, even, it's about saving faces. It's about letting people save faces.
The other recruitment level, which is the local, what is referred to sometimes as locally recruited staff, who are support staff. We have drivers, we have assistants, we have people that support the work that we do, very important work, supportive work that they do. And there is no quota. However, there's a requirement to you have a bias towards the locally recruited staff, but you have to advertise in the entire AU system. So even if you want to recruit a driver, you still have to put it on the website of the African Union. So I'm going into details so that you understand that it's not me who makes the rules. It's not me who says this is how it should be. It is an entire African Union system that we have to apply. However, this is what we've done. We went, we had about 45 people that the government of Ghana provided to us to help us. Recruitment in the African Union can take up to 9 months, 10 months sometimes. And so what the government did was to say, when you land Secretary General, there will be 40 people who will help you to do your work. And this was supposed to be a transitional support staff over 6 months or so. And indeed, after about 9 months, some of them left us. Some, I would say about half have remained. And so we went and mobilized support because the government, of course, could not carry this cost anymore. We mobilized support and we retained them. We received a grant from China, we received a grant from UNDP, and we've retained, I would say about half of them remain with us today. It is difficult, of course, because the question that always arises is, why are you favoring Ghanaians? Why are you not raising money for people from other countries? And the simple answer, of course, is that I'm now Ghanaian. So I live here. So I will prioritize. So we are, in addition to the 2 categories I've mentioned, we have retained a large number of people who were in the transitional support team.
In this edition of BizTech, we learn about the various aspects of hacking, dangers associated with hacking, and how to tackle the menace. Kwesi Kofi, Chief Executive Officer of DataWare, takes his turn on BizTech to teach us more. You don't want to miss out.
Hacking essentially is a process by which anyone will gain unauthorized access to your identity online and to be able to access your assets. These bad actors or these hackers can be categorized into 3 main areas. So we have black hats, and then there's white hats, and then there's gray, and there's gray hat. As at this year, it's estimated that the average cost of a data breach is in the region of $4 million. In giving out your data, you need to find out what your data is going to be used for. Most of the time, you go for conferences and seminars, you have a sign-up sheet, you put your email address, your contact number in there, and there's no indication of what the data is going to be used for.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
The content creation thing is not about just putting a phone on a tripod. There is more to it. You have to read, you have to research, you have to look at trends in the industry that you are operating to inform you. You have to make data-driven decisions with regards to your content. If you don't do all these things, you end up being just another ordinary content creator. That is something that when I started, I said I didn't want to be like that person. So I just created my own path and did whatever I wanted to do. People are afraid to be different, because they feel like society will castigate or ostracize them.
A social media influencer is someone who has established credibility in a specific industry has access to a huge audience and can persuade others to act based on their recommendations. Social media influencers are an important part of information network in the world today. They inform their followers on new products, new developments, and even break the news, like you're aware. That is why, as influencers, we should desist from posting materials and information that may tend to destabilize our society and rather use our platforms for social development. You have the power to inspire. You have the power to inspire people to be more positive and take action towards their goals. You should use your platforms to bring awareness to important issues, such as the devastating effect of bullying, and educate followers on being responsible citizens. In fact, research has actually shown that following influencers who promote positivity and self-confidence can give a sense of empowerment, and people can use that particular empowerment to change our world.
Private citizen who says he is committed to good governance and accountability on the part of state institutions with the aim of optimizing revenue mobilization for national development has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor demanding an investigation into the activities of La Bianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen foods in the country. Fankasari is alleging that this company, with the help of some custom officials of the Ghana Revenue Authority, are evading taxes at Ghana's ports. We speak to him on SayItLoud today. My name is George Isi and Fankasari is my guest. We'll be right back. Hello, Mr. Frank. Welcome to SayItLoud on GhanaWeb TV. It's nice to have you today.
Thank you, George, for having me.
Great. So let's delve right into the conversation. What prompted this petition to the SP?
Well, Judge, it's true. Yesterday, I petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate the happenings or the dealings of the La Bianca Company and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority of Ghana, Ghana Authority, from 2017 to 2021. And I made references to certain dealings that I think are not in the interest of the nation. They are against the laws of the country and they are against international trade practices. So it is true that I have petitioned the Special Prosecutor to investigate the dealings of the La Bianca Company and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. And when you have taken notice of provisions in the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2017 Act 959, you look at section 27.1, says complaints can be made by any person who has the knowledge of the commission of corruption or any corrupt related activity. I think the activities that is happening at the Ghana ports between the La Bianca Company and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority is cross-corrupt activity and needs to be investigated to bring a stop to it. So the particulars of or the details of it, I make mention of what happened in just last month, October 2021, where the La Bianca Company, owned by Madam Eunice Henel Asoma, we all know her to be a member of the Council of State, and also a member of the governing board of the Ghana Revenue Authority. So, by virtue of her position, her privileged position, she's been doing certain things that are not in the interest of the nation. One, she's into importation of frozen goods, and on 21st October 2021, she applied for consideration of the import value of an imported goods that she had already brought into the country. The Deputy Director of Operations of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, in replying or responding to her letter for consideration, gave her or granted her 10% markdown of the legal benchmark value. And by that, and you see, he quoted Section 12 of the Customs Act 2015 Act, and you realize that even the act or the section that he quoted to support the markdown is even against the markdown that was given. Let me explain. We look at Section 6 and 7. It stipulates and it is in my petition, so I would not like to waste time to mention that. But it stipulates how it can be granted, and also it cannot be given in vacuum, so it must be specific. But when we look at what has been given now, it is from 26th October to 31st December. What it means is that all the products that has been listed in the Exhibit A that I posted in the letter for consideration, all those products within that stipulated period, she could bring in the product and she will be given 10% markdown. That is illegal. That cannot be done. That is against international best practice, and in fact against the GRA protocols that have been used over the years. It must be specific. You see, when you are granting the markdown, you have to look at the invoice, the product that is being imported. It is a pre-shipment thing, so you don't give it in vacuum. Now, Labianca, when she's giving this markdown, the 10% that I'm saying it is illegal, gives her an advantage over all competitors. So my reason for petitioning the special prosecutor are in three folds. One, for the fact that the nation has been crying that we are losing resources. Other people who import such frozen products are paying the actuals. They are paying the correct import duty on their products. But she is paying a 10% markdown, which is a revenue loss to the state. And by virtue of that, she gets an advantage over her other competitors. What it means is that she can sell a product below certain threshold, of which the other competitors cannot do so because they are paying the actual import duty. And another thing is that the frozen products that she is bringing, we produce the same year, poultry, chicken, and what have you. So it is also going to kill, and it is killing our local industry. Right. So to me, it is very, very pertinent that the special prosecutor investigates the dealings of the Labianca company and the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority in order to stop the corrupt dealings, and it will help the country to get the needed revenue. It will also take away the advantage she has over other competitors. So it is in good faith, it is in the name of good governance and accountability that I bring this petition to the special prosecutor.
Right. So your petition focuses on one person, And we understand this company is a limited liability company. So now you are supposed to isolate the owner from the company in some way. But then you somehow try to draw a connection between your allegation and Madam Hine. How, on what basis are you able to come to this conclusion?
So I state that the company is a limited liability, but it is owned. And yes, when you look at the company law, the company itself is a person, and the individual who owns it is also different. But we should not lose sight of the fact that the person who owns the company is in a privileged position. And whether you like it or yes, she is using her position or not. She is using her position to help her company. So you cannot isolate the two individuals. Though I know that the company is separate from the individual because the company is registered as a limited liability. So you realize that I state that even last month she misdescribed goods. And you know, the goods that you import into the country, you have to give a description to the customs division, and that is what will help them to come to the realization or to calculate the value, the import value that you need to pay. She misdescribed the goods, and the customs division of Ghana Revenue Authority investigation reveals that, you know what they did? When you do that, you are supposed to pay 300% as penalty by virtue of her position, her privilege. Just ran away from her liability, and she paid nothing and took away her goods. So that is why I am saying that the special prosecutor must investigate and come to a conclusion whether or not the activities of the Labiana company. So you realize that her name is mentioned, but the specification is on the company. So the investigation is about the dealings of the company and the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, which is the public institution. So George, you realize that we are not targeting her as a person. No, I will never do that. I have nothing against her. I have never met her in person, and I will never go for her. It will not be, like I told you, it is in the name of good governance and accountability. So it is not against the person of Mother Eunice Hina Asoma. No, I will never do that. It is against the backdrop that the dealings of the Labianca company is causing financial loss to the state, and it is giving the company an undue advantage over other competitors. That is all.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you own a company, or do you happen to in any way be related to a company that is doing something similar to what Labianca does?
Not at all. You see, that is the interesting thing. I have no company that is doing same business. I have no family relative that is doing same business. But as a concerned Ghanaian, I think that you don't need to have a vested interest in a particular thing before you bring it to the attention of the powers that be. You need to take interest in something just as a citizen to help the country raise revenue, to help other competitors. You don't need to have an interest, but the interest I have is that I'm a consumer of frozen food products.
Okay, I ask because pursuant to your petition, the managing director of the company has responded in an interview with Asase, and I'm talking of Mr. Gadbeku. He says, we strongly deny the allegation of corruption and import duties evasion. Labianca company went through all the legal and proper application process before the discount was given. The substance of their petition does not deny the practice of applying for discounts and fail to address the valuable contribution that the company is making to the society as an indigenous Ghanaian business led by a woman. Honorable Ms. Boa, the CEO of the company, did not at any point in the process influence the decision because of her status as a Council of State representative. How do you respond to this?
it is very disingenuous for the MD to state that. But like I said, the matter has been referred to the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate an allegation of corruption against the company and the Customs Division. The principle of natural justice allows the person whom the allegation has been made against to respond. So I am not surprised that they have responded, and they have responded the way they have done, because yes, that is what they are supposed to do. But I am convinced that there is a wrongdoing. That is why I petition the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Yeah.
You underscore the fact that they are entitled to a response, and that is actually right. But then the MD actually tries to link this to some competition please let me finish. Related to the upcoming end of year shopping season. He says it is a tactic by some competition to affect their businesses in this upcoming Christmas shopping season.
But I must reiterate the fact that I have no vested interest. I am not in competition with the LaBianca company. I have no family member who is also in competition with their company. What I have done is just to bring to fore the happenings at the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the activities of the LaBianca company, which I think is against the laws of the country, which I think is in contravention with the Customs Act 2015. So let's allow the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate. I have nothing against a person, I have nothing against a company, but I think they flouted the rules. The Deputy Operations Director who granted the markdown violated the laws of the country, and I think that it is a corrupt action. And I also believe that it is by virtue of a privileged position, or the privileged position he has as a member of the governing board of the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, and as a member of the Council of State, that has given her that opportunity, to the extent that she could misdescribe even goods and yet go away with it without paying any penalty, without facing the consequences of it. And this is not the first markdown that was granted to the company. In April this year, same was granted, and that was 5% markdown. So if she thinks that by virtue of that markdown and her paying lesser import duty, she's being given an undue advantage over her other competitors, that is her own cup of tea. That is her own problem to solve. But I am not saying that I have a competition or I have something against it. What I'm saying is that by her getting that 10% markdown, not following international best practice, GRA's own existing protocols, violating the Customs Act, it is something that needs to be investigated, and a stop must be brought to it. That is all.
Right, so this remains SayItLoud on GhanaWeb TV. My guest today is Mr. Frank Asari. He has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor demanding an investigation into the activities of LaBianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen products. He alleges that this company has been evading tax. We speak to him further to find out what exactly he seeks to get out of this petition when we return from this break. My name is Joe. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is still SayItLoud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George A.C. and today I have with me Mr. Frank Asari. He has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor asking that an investigation be conducted into the activities of LaBianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen foods. He alleges that this company is involved in tax evasion with the aid of some officials at the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Frank, so you petitioned the Special and you in some portion relate this to the Customs Division. To be specific, what has been the role of the Customs Division? Yes, I can hear you. So my question is, we would like to speak about the role of the Customs Division in all this. But before we do that, you talk about painstaking investigations conducted by yourself. How far have you been able to trace this allegations or this practice of LaBianca?
I told you that it is from 2017 to 2021. That is the scope of the investigation we have done and what we want the Office of the Special Prosecutor. But we provide particulars that are recent. So, for instance, I talked to you about the fact that just in October 2021, there was a description of goods. I talked to you about the fact that just in 5th April 2021, there was 5%. Am I clear?
Yes, please.
Yes, I told you that just in April 2021, there was a 5% markdown on the benchmark value for her products, and also in 2020, just in October 2021, she applied on 21st October, just 5 days after the application, she was granted the 10% markdown on the benchmark value. And if you are to go by their own protocols of the GRA, you realize that it doesn't just take 5 days to grant the markdown. It takes time because it has, even when you are going by international best practices, you need to even confirm from the country where that will be imported from. You need to confirm the invoices. You need to do a lot of background.
So on average, per your understanding, on average, how long are we talking about?
Oh, we are looking at least a month. And even that, when you grant it, it should be specific. Just to the particular products that are yet to be imported. I've told you that it is a pre-shipment thing. So this one that has been granted here, like I told you, the exhibit has been provided and you have access to it. Is from 26th October to 31st December 2021. So she's been given a blank check. It is like as I speak to you, I write a check to you, I sign and just don't state any amount. You can write any amount that you want, and that is against the law. It should be specific. So even if you are granting her a markdown, it should be specific. But this time round, she has given you a listed product from chicken, leg, butter, whatever, about 20 products. And she says that she needs consideration on the customs import value. He said, no, you cannot grant her the consideration. Section 12 of the Customs Act, you are granting her a markdown. Fair enough. The markdown must go through some rigorous process. You don't go through that process. You put it aside. Then you grant a markdown from 26th October to 31st December. What it means is that now the best practices where you have to submit your invoices, your investigation has to be done from where you are importing the product from. You have to look at the products you are bringing, the value of the product, the classification of the product, the origin of the product. All that will not be proceeded within this stipulated period because she's been given a blank check. And what we are saying is that that is wrong. That is illegal.
Do you happen to know how much the state has lost to this situation or this practice? Do you have any?
I will leave that for now.
But then have you estimated?
Yeah, I don't want to go into the specifics of the amount that the state is losing. All I want to do is to bring to fore that the activities, the dealings of the LaBianca company and the castle. You see, I don't mention only her name because you cannot do it herself, or the company cannot do it by itself. It has to be aided by someone and a public institution. So I do mention the fact that they are being aided by the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. They are supposed to help the nation acquire or get revenue, and the budget will be read today. I don't know whether they are even reading it. We all know the revenue shortfalls that we have as a country. So the government should be interested in this matter. The special prosecutor should be interested, because at the end of the day, the money that will be that is lost, or the money that later will be accrued, will not come to my coffers. It will go into the coffers of the country. And as a citizen, that is all I can do to help in the nation building, in the name of good governance and accountability.
You at this point, the Customs Division would obviously go and answer to the special prosecutor. But do you at any point sought to get any explanation or clarification from the Customs Division on why they granted these exemptions as it will be?
Yeah, you know, one of the problems we have as a country is that most often when issues come up, we talk and we don't take action. And it is one of the reasons why corruption is festering in our country. That is why I took it upon myself to petition the special prosecutor, so that with the powers that is given him by the Act, the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2017, he will be able to come to the conclusion. So anything they will come to tell me or tell you, they can lie to me. I hope you get it. Yeah. And they can get away with it. But when they lie to the special prosecutor, it comes with consequences. That is why I want the special prosecutor to investigate the alleged wrongdoing.
The Office of the Special Prosecutor was set up to basically fight corruption, and we are all in this country. We know the history that has come with the establishment of the office till today. You decided to run to the special prosecutor rather than any other institution. We have the Yoko, we have all these people. Why the special prosecutor's office?
Okay, I think that personally, the current special prosecutor, being my former lecturer, has an integrity and she has a reputation to protect. This issue is a public interest issue, and I have the firmest belief that the Office of the Special Prosecutor will do justice to the issues that has been raised. That is the more reason why I decided to petition the Office of the Special Prosecutor, but no other public institution. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has a low approval rate because people think that the noise, the issues that came up, the expectation that people had when the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act was passed and the office opened has not been met. So issues like this that are of public interest, I think that when they take it up and investigate to the conclusion that will be in the interest of the state. It will help uplift their image. It will help also give them a good approval rating. And I know from where I stand that the office of the special prosecutor will not disappoint the Ghanaian people insofar as this matter is concerned.
You mentioned the fact that the company owner in question is related to the ruling party. Would you be surprised if somebody links your petition to politics, and what would be your response or reaction to such claims?
You have the petition. My particulars are stated. The details to be investigated are stated. I will rather be surprised that somebody will link it to politics, because it will then mean that the person is not even interested in the issues at stake. The fact that a Ghanaian has petitioned that a state is losing an amount of money through the dealings of an individual company and a state institution. Why would you want to link it to the political affiliation of the person in question? Even if I belong to MPP or NDC, to me it is moot. It doesn't come in because it is immaterial. The issues that I have raised are cogent, they are legitimate. I have raised issues about the violation of provisions of our own statutes, that is the Customs Act. I have raised issues about markdown that has been granted arbitrarily, that was not followed, due process was not followed. I've raised issues about the state losing money. I've raised issue about competitive advantage of the company over other competitors. I've raised issue about the state local companies losing revenue, local company not being competitive as a result of this. I think that should be what matters, and that should be what the people who want to respond or people who want to have something to do with this matter should be interested in, not the political affiliation of the petitioner.
Have you received any response from the Office of the Special Prosecutor? Probably a preliminary response yet?
Yesterday, the Office of the Special Prosecutor received my petition. I'm waiting to have a copy of their response. I know they will respond. Like I told you, I personally have believed in the current Special Prosecutor that he will rise up to the occasion and he will live up to expectation, and he will bring to conclusion the dealings, the alleged corrupt dealings of the LaBianca company and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Okay, viewers, this has been another edition of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George A.C. Today I had as my guest Mr. Frank Asari, who has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor demanding an investigation into the activities of LaBianca the company limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen foods in the country. He alleges that documents available, and based on his own investigations, this company is involved in the evasion of tax with the help of officials at the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Till we meet again for our next episode of Say It Loud, it's bye for now.
In this edition of BizTech, we learn about the various aspects of hacking, dangers associated with hacking, and how to tackle the menace. Kwesi Kofi, Chief Executive Officer of DataWare, takes his turn on BizTech to teach us more. You don't want to miss out.
Hacking essentially is a process by which anyone will gain unauthorized access to your identity online and to be able to access your assets. These bad actors or these hackers can be categorized into three main areas. So we have black hats, and then there's white hats, and then there's gray hat. As at this year, it's estimated that the average cost of a data breach is in the region of $4 million. In giving out your data, you need to find out what your data is going to be used for. Most of the time, you go for conferences and seminars, you have a sign-up sheet, you put your email address, your contact number in there, and there's no indication of what the data is going to be used for.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
But before I yield the podium to the Honorable Minister, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this afternoon. We have with us directors from Ministry of Communications. If you are here, you are duly acknowledged. We also have the Administrator of GIFEC, Mr. Prince Ofosu Sefa. A round of applause for Mr. Sefa. We have the Director General, Ghana Meteo Agency, Mr. Eric Asuman. We have the Executive Secretary of Postal and Courier Services, Ms. Hamdaratu Zakaria. We have the Acting Chief Director at the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, Mr. Alexander Yao Afo. And as I mentioned earlier, we have my mentor, the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digitalization, who also represents the good people of Ablikuma West. Welcome, Honorable Minister. So I will invite the Honorable Minister for her substantive presentation, and we will come to the media for your questions. And when that time comes, please keep it brief. You mention your name, your media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, heads of departments and agencies of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, directors and staff of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for coming in a little late. I had to attend the Thanksgiving service for the 30th anniversary of the NPP, so I hope you pardon me. We're here to brief the public through you on some activities of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. Technology has been driving innovation and productivity, giving countries that embrace it a competitive advantage over others. Most developing countries continue to lag behind because of their inability to take advantage of the opportunities technology provides to restructure and grow their economies. The fourth industrial revolution, which is a technological revolution driven largely by digital technology, presents us with an opportunity to expedite our economic growth and development through the usage, deployment, and exploitation of ICTs, especially digital technology, to transform our economies and share in the associated productivity and efficiency gains. At the core of this fourth industrial revolution is connectivity, access, and security. The government, through the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, has therefore focused on improving connectivity, access, and skills development in a secured environment. That is the digital Ghana that we are developing. My presentation will focus on the rural telephony project, girls in ICT, and an update on the SIM registration exercise, which ends today. So let me start with the rural telephony project. That's the brief I was giving, so I stick to it. I'm a very diligent student. Expanding access to broadband, voice and data connectivity is indispensable to and facilitates economic growth. The GSMA, an industry organization representing mobile operators globally, conducted a study for the period from 2000 to 2017, and the results indicated that a 10% increase in mobile penetration increases GDP growth by up to 2%. Quote, investing in broad-based digitalization from a geographic and sectoral point of view is crucial, not only to address socioeconomic problems, but also to deal with peace and security challenges, and it boosts economic growth. A study by the ITU found that 10% greater mobile broadband penetration would generate a 2.5% rise in Africa's GDP per capita, unquote. And this is from Christina Duarte, a special advisor on Africa to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in an IMF publication dated March 2021. Africa Goes Digital After COVID-19. Another recent study in 2021, the economic impact of broadband and digitalization through the COVID-19 period, econometric modeling, also estimated that an increase of 1% in mobile broadband penetration yields an increase in 0.16% in GDP. Over 3,000 communities in Ghana had zero connectivity to mobile voice and data in 2020. It stands to reason that focusing on increasing mobile broadband penetration is in our interest in a bid to grow our own economies. And so, faced with this stark reality, which represented approximately 4.5 to 5 million people spread across the country with a need and desire for voice and high-speed data services who were cut off from the rest of the country, it was an imperative that we provide connectivity to that segment of our population. Mobile network operators are reluctant to build cell sites in these rural communities, as the low economic activity and sparse population there makes it economically unviable. Extending connectivity is capital intensive and it is expensive, and without government intervention, these rural communities will remain cut off and unable to participate in the digital revolution which is gradually unfolding in our country. One lesson COVID-19 has taught us is the absolute necessity of digital connectivity to facilitate education, access to healthcare, economic activity, and commerce, access to and utilization of public services, etc. The Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project is therefore constructing 2,016 cell sites, half of which are solar-powered, in unserved and underserved rural communities across the country, deploying low-cost base stations using the Huawei Rural Star innovative solution. The project is being implemented in partnership with Huawei and Ghana National Technical Import and Export Corporation, CNTCI, with a 155 million euro facility secured by the government of Ghana from the China Exim Bank. The Ghana Investment Fund for GIFEC, the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications is the implementing agency for the government of Ghana. The Huawei Rural Star solution was developed in Ghana and reduces the total cost of ownership by 60% compared with traditional connectivity solutions. It will enhance network coverage via a low-cost 2G, 3G services and will be upgraded to 4G data and voice that can be scaled up on demand as the communities develop. The rollout of Phase 1 is ongoing, and it is planned to be completed by 2023, with all 2016 sites commissioned and integrated with the mobile network operators. Overall voice and data traffic reported as at June 2022 was 38,629,463 voice minutes and 62,014 gigabytes of data traffic with 507,000 subscribers. With the current deployment plan and integration with network operators to complete all 2016 sites, we will achieve significant increase in traffic, voice and data, and meet our goal for universal access and connectivity to rural areas. This network will reach 3.4 million subscribers. It will allow the government of Ghana to increase its overall revenue, reduce the digital divide, increase financial inclusion, and overall socio-economic improvement, creating a positive impact on our GDP. It is a shared infrastructure for all network operators to provide service on and to improve connectivity and enhance user experience. We have also mandated national roaming, which allows phones to automatically connect to the mobile network with the best quality of service available in any area, regardless of which operator one is primarily subscribed to. This rural telephony network has been dubbed Ruralcom. I urge you to try it out when next you are in the catchment area of any of its sites by activating roaming on your device, and kindly send us the requisite feedback, which will enable us to improve upon our service. Since the inception of the project in November 2020, when His Excellency the President launched it at Atrebuana in the new Adubiase constituency, 890 sites have been built with 403 on air, delivering voice and data services as of July 2022. We're currently working on the documentation for Phase 2 of the project, which will cover the remaining 1.1 million subscribers and upgrade the network to 4G for all subscribers. Girls in ICT. This year marks 10 years since the Girls in ICT project was launched by the ITU and celebrated annually in Ghana. By the end of 2021, approximately 5,000 girls had been given basic computer literacy and exposed to digital innovations to encourage their interest in ICT education. Government continues to work to bridge the gender digital divide by encouraging and empowering girls and young women to consider studies and careers in the growing field of ICTs, enabling both girls and technology companies, and I dare say the country as a whole, to reap the benefits of greater female participation in the ICT sector through the Girls in ICT program. In 2021, 2,000 girls from the Western, North, and Northeast regions were trained in basic computer skills, fundamentals of programming, Scratch, and HTML. In order to continue encouraging girls to pursue careers in the evolving, lucrative ICT industry, and in recognition of the fact that many more girls in deprived communities need to be exposed to the program, we have scaled up the program this year and plan to double the number trained in the previous 9 years in 1 year by training 5,000 girls and 500 teachers from Bono East, Ahafo, Savannah, and the Northern region. By the end of May 2022, 3,000 girls and 300 teachers from the 29 districts of the two Bono and the Ahafo regions were trained in basic computer skills, fundamentals of programming, Scratch, HTML, and cybersecurity under the theme Access and Safety. The ministry has started preparations to train 2,000 girls and 200 teachers from the northern and savannah regions in September and October this year respectively to complete the target for the year. To ensure continuity of the benefits of the program, 51 cyber laboratories have been set up for top performing schools since 2017. For the 2020 and 2021 and 2022 editions of the program, 100 ICT laboratories are being set up for the top performing schools. A mentorship program has also been included to facilitate the interaction of women in the ICT profession and academia with these young girls, to inspire them, encourage them, and educate them with their personal life stories and experiences. Furthermore, a total of 1,000 laptops have been awarded to girls and teachers since 2017. The ministry is hoping to give out 550 laptops along with protective bags to the best performing students and teachers by the end of this year alone. The program, which has been running for 10 years now, had not been evaluated to ensure that it is reaping the intended benefits and achieving its set objectives. In partnership with the GIZ, a German Development Cooperation Organization, the ministry conducted an evaluation of the Girls in ICT program in 2021. Some strengths and weaknesses have been identified, and this information will be used to improve the program. 15,000 plus girls in second cycle girls' schools have also been trained in cybersecurity and cyber hygiene in selected schools in the Eastern, Central, and Ashanti region. An equal number will be trained this August in the Bono East, Ahafo, Northern, and Savannah regions. I would like to thank our partners and sponsors in the Girls in ICT program, the NCA, the National Communications Authority, GFEC, Kofi Annan IT Center of Excellence, MTN, GIZ, the American Towers Corporation, the Cybersecurity Authority, Huawei, and our mentors for their enormous support over the years to make this program a success. I would also appeal to other corporate organizations to help support this very important program, which is impacting lives across the country and reducing the gender digital divide. It is extremely expensive, and even the 5,000 this year is a drop in the bucket and will require additional resources to enable us scale it up. So if anybody is touched by the spirit, any company is also encouraged by the small strides that we have made, I'll encourage them to get in touch with my Deputy Minister Amapoma Boateng, who's joined us, who is directly in charge of implementing this program. I also thank the team from the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization who've worked tirelessly to enable this program become the success that it has come. We'll be remiss if we don't thank the various media houses in the districts and regions where the program has been held so far for their support and the platform they've given us to project this Girls in ICT program. Thank you. Now SIM card registration. Is that what you've been waiting for? No. Government, in a bid to develop and build a SIM database with integrity, which will assist in curbing fraudulent activities, secure SIM card-based transactions, and aid the determination of the accurate number of valid SIM cards on the various telecommunications networks at any point in time, commenced the SIM card registration exercise on 1st October 2021. The 6-month exercise, which was expected to end on 31st March 2022, was extended by another 4 months to 31st July 2022 today. The extension was granted to enable over 7.5 million Ghanaians and residents who had not obtained Ghana cards at the time to register their SIMs. As indicated in our press release of 21st March 2022, it was also to give us the opportunity to provide modalities for the registration of diplomats and complete the processes for rolling out a self-service SIM registration app to facilitate the registration of SIM cards for both residents and Ghanaians living outside the country. The current SIM registration statistics indicate that as at 28th July 2022, the total number of voice SIMs stood at 41,979,398. Out of this number, 15,395,607 have linked their Ghana cards to their SIM cards. The total number of voice SIM card registrations for existing subscribers are presented below. And I'll go through it. As at 28th July. Hang on. I have to go back. As at 28th July, the total voice SIMs were 42,121,921. That's the information provided me by the NCA. Stage 1 registrations as at that date, 28th July, were 25,260,661, representing 60% of total registrations. Stage 1 of unregistered SIMs were 16,861,260, representing 40%. Stage 2, i.e. those who had fully completed the registration process, were 16,059,350, representing 38%. Unregistered SIMs were 26,062,571, representing 62%. The challenges that have bedeviled these exercises include: 1. The self-service SIM registration app will be ready for commercial launch on Tuesday, 2nd August, as the virtual private network connectivity and API integration with all MNOs was only completed this weekend due to unavoidable circumstances. Adequate time will also be required for the publicity and public education on the use of the self-service SIM registration app, which will enable you to register yourself in the privacy of your own homes without having to queue or go to any network operator. Delays in the issuance of the Ghana card was the largest single challenge bedeviling this exercise. And my information is that the NIA has not been able to issue all eligible persons with a Ghana card, and that as of Thursday, July 21st, 2022, 16,969,034 individuals have registered for the Ghana card, with about 16,535,623 cards printed. 15,702,719 cards have been issued and distributed, whereas some 832,904 cards have not been distributed or collected by those who applied for them. Broadband wireless access registrations also commenced barely a week ago, and they have only been able to register just about 2% of their subscribers as at Friday, 29th July. Many data-only SIMs have also not been registered, and my information is that their owners were not aware that those SIMs also needed to be registered. Those are the SIMs in your MiFis and other devices. not your phones and iPads and those other, but those data only SIMs. I believe some of them are even in our electricity meters, if my information is right. So where do we go from here? The security situation in Bawku and its environs has also made it difficult for the registration of residents and has slowed down the process in that area considerably. Next steps. The SIM registration app will be available for download on both Android and iOS this week, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Each registration via the app will be subject to a 5 cedi surcharge. You will pay 5 cedis to register yourself on the SIM registration app. Non-resident Ghanaians who do not have the Ghana card can use their passports to complete the process via the app, but will be required to update their details with the Ghana card once they acquire it. They have up to December 2022 to do so. I urge them to comply with these directives and to contact the NCA if they have any peculiar challenges. Ghanaians on official assignment outside the country or students on scholarships who cannot acquire the Ghana card by December should also contact the NCA. Special provision has already been made for members of the diplomatic corps in consultation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and they have been notified. It's also come to my knowledge that amputees and others who have some physical challenge are also a category of persons who are having some difficulties registering their SIMs. We will have discussions with the NIA on how to resolve these challenges. All visitors to Ghana can now acquire SIMs with their passports, and I encourage the airport authority to work with the network operators to provide adequate venues for the acquisition of SIMs at the airport. As indicated earlier, these will be valid for 3 months, and if they want to use them for a longer period, they must acquire the non-citizen ID card to validate their SIMs. Network operators must provision their systems to send notifications to this category of SIM card users. Now to the vexed question of the deadline. The statistics indicate that there was a 90% drop in SIM registrations as soon as the first deadline was extended on 21st March. Until a week ago, there were no queues at any registration center. People started rushing to register when they realized that the deadline was imminent after going to sleep when it was extended. About 50% of those who have completed the first stage of the process have not concluded the second stage. They have linked their SIMs to the Ghana card, and so that cannot be attributed to Ghana card challenges. I've also been informed that some people who have obtained quick loans from their service providers have decided not to register their SIMs to avoid repaying those loans. That is evil corruption, and you will be found out. The MNOs, network operators, and the NCA, and I dare say the NIA too, have all engaged additional staff, procured the necessary logistics, and are incurring significant expenses to conduct this exercise successfully. Any extension of the process increases their costs. Upon consultation with the industry, and in view of the challenges enumerated above, I have very reluctantly decided to grant a final conditional extension. The program will, and I'm choosing my words carefully, the program will be extended to 30th September to end on the anniversary of its commencement. That will give us 1 full year of SIM registration. It will be reviewed at the end of this month, and any SIM that has not been fully registered by the end of August will be barred from receiving certain services, including voice and data services. It will also be more expensive to use unregistered SIMs. The full range of punitive measures will be announced at another press briefing in September. Kindly do not blame your service provider when you suffer that fate due to your own inaction. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. I must end by reminding us all that the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization is not the supervisory ministry for the National Identification Authority, even though we collaborate and work very closely with them. My hapless self has been roundly vilified in certain quarters, particularly this past week, for Ghana card challenges which I am not responsible for. Professor Ken Atefa and his sector minister, Honorable Ambrose Derry, Minister for the Interior, are available to answer any Ghana card related issue, please. I am staying firmly in my lane, Midimi lane. Actions also have consequences, and in all that we do, we must put the interest of our beloved country first. In 2018, the NDC vociferously opposed the Ghana card registration and called on all their supporters to boycott the registration process. Those who heeded that antisocial call and refused to register are now feeling the effects of it. You listen to the NDC on any issue at your own peril. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. I would like to acknowledge the various media houses that are picking us live. You can watch this press briefing live on GTV, TV3, and Joy News. If you're on social media, you can also go to the Ministry of Information Facebook handle and watch this press briefing live. I also noticed that some dignitaries joined us in course of the program, and I'll use this opportunity to acknowledge the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, who also doubles as the MP for Jabin constituency, Honorable Ama Poma Boateng. We also have the Director General of the National Communications Authority, NCA, Mr. Joe Anoche. Also with us this afternoon is Ms. Lex Boateng, who is the team lead for Ghana Cares. Friends from the media, on that note, I'll come to you for your questions. This is the best time to ask. We will take 2 sets of questions. If you have a question, please be brief and go straight to the point so that we can take more questions. So they will bring the microphone to you when we see your hand up. You mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question. So please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask. Yeah, Mr. Lanza. Okay, I'll take Paul. Okay, so we'll take 1, 2. Only 2 hands in the room, please. If you have any question, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Now, my question to the minister is, considering the efforts of government to build an effective telecommunication network in the country, it is deemed as a good move. But here is the case. Some areas in the country, like rural areas, still suffer the challenge. They have network issues. Should it be that the last amnesty granted to them is ended? What will be their fate? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We will take Mr. Lancer's question. And then Nana.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Musa Lansawi, GH1 TV. The Honorable Minister mentioned Boko and the challenges they had relating to the SIM re-registration. What specific plan do they have to make sure that the people in Boko, after all the challenges, are able to register before the September deadline she's given? And secondly, though she absolves her ministry for the blame in terms of the Ghana card acquisition or application, what is the level of collaboration between the Communications Ministry and then the Interior Ministry, especially the NIA, in terms of ensuring that people get their Ghana cards? In the last 2 weeks, the man in charge of NIA has been speaking so much about the fact that they are being pressured to provide the Ghana cards to Ghanaians when they don't have a specific timeline in terms of delivering on the process of giving Ghanaians Ghana cards. They have material shortages and so on. So I want to know what's the level of collaboration between the two, so that we don't have the back and forth that the Ministry of Communication and the NIA have now.
So we'll take Nana's question.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Minister. That if we do go ahead with the time limit given, we are going to take it to court. Do you see it as a political gimmick, or is that they are being disingenuous? And my second question, I think there was an attempt by the government to give one child one laptop or whatever it is, or tablet. How far have you gone on that program? Thank you.
Nana, please, is it under the Ministry for Communication? Because, mind you, we are talking about the rural telephony, girls in ICT, and also SIM re-registration. So maybe your question may be related to another ministry.
Oh, okay. But I think it's a program like that. I don't know whether it's the Ministry of Education or this ministry, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I take that to be the last question. Okay. If we don't see any hands, then I will invite the Honorable Minister.
The first question was, if I got it right, that some network issues in some rural communities are making it difficult for them to register their SIMs. Was that it? Okay. As I indicated, we're working to ensure that the SIM registration app is operational this week, so that you can sit, and that will answer the Boko issue as well. You can sit in the privacy of your own home, download the app, and register yourself. That, I think, will even create business opportunities for people who will download the app and register for other people as well. And I think that's also possible. So that would go a long way towards addressing some of the issues in Boko and its environs. And for the areas where connectivity is difficult as well, I believe that would also help address that issue. But as I indicated in my presentation, before we came to power, about 4.5 million Ghanaians didn't have access to the internet, or didn't have connectivity. We're working to reduce that number by 3.4 by the end of next year. And the remaining 1.1 would also be catered for in phase 2 of the rural telephony project. I believe that you can even register, and when you get to an area where there's connectivity, the downloads and the connections will be done. So all those have been factored in, and they would also be catered for in due course. I have the level of collaboration between the Ministry and Interior is very high. I actually spoke to the Minister for the Interior just before coming here to ask him if the 2 months would be enough for them to clear their backlog, and he said yes. So please, if you have any other Ghana card related issues, you know where to direct your fire, not ESLA. I'm not responsible for that. We talk, but the questions that they are the only ones who can answer for you. I won't be in a position to answer it for you. As for the NDC, I've told you, you listen to them on any issue at your own peril. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have any questions, okay. You have a question now? Okay. Follow-up question? Okay, you can ask that and then we'll take. Yes, please, this will be the last round. So if you have any question and you don't ask now, we won't come back.
My question was about the network connectivity, because in some instances, some of the people in the rural areas go to a certain place, they don't even have network at all. I'm not talking about getting an app or not. Even if there is network, somebody can easily go there to register them. But here is the case, there's no network. I want to find out what will be their fate when the person has no network.
You said they don't have network to even download the self-service app.
Yes, please.
Okay, okay. Well noted. So,
Saboba in the northern region.
Saboba
in the northern region.
Okay. So we will take the second question.
The minority, they have been insisting that at least we should allow people with other modes of identification such as passports and then driver's license to be allowed to go through the process. I want to know if this is something the Ministry of Communication wants to consider.
Thank you for the question. I take that to be okay. You have a follow-up? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much. The one thing that I was looking for is ICT education. Around the country, especially when I was working in the Diaspora Link, there was some structure called for information as district ICT centers. Some of them are now turned to refreshment centers for some district assemblies, especially when they have events. What is the ministry doing in terms of utilizing these structures so that they don't become a waste of the taxpayer?
Thank you for the question. I take that to be the last question. Okay. Please, if you have a question, raise your hand because we may not come back.
Follow up to my question. Madam Minister, they said that if we went ahead, they would take you to court. So what you are reaction to? I'm not saying that we shouldn't listen to them, but they're saying that if we go ahead, they will take you to court because they think that a lot more Ghanaians are going to suffer for that decision. So what is your reaction to their statement?
Thank you for the question. So we'll call the Honorable Minister for her response.
We cannot listen to them. Let me answer the last one first. If I go ahead with what? I don't understand that. If the deadline, which one? Master, I've told you, don't listen to them. No. They did the same thing with health insurance. What happened to it? They said people shouldn't register for health insurance. If you listen to them, how would that have benefited you? Did the same thing for Ghana Card. I can give you a whole list of advice or admonitions that they gave Ghanaians, which have ended up harming us more than helping us. So please, let me reiterate it. If you listen to the NDC on any issue at your own peril. What was the first question on ICT education? The CICs. No, the question you came back with another question on the network connectivity and registration in those areas. But if there's no network, how can you use your phone? You will use it in an area where there is connectivity. So I'll urge them to register where they use their phones. Because if there's no network, you cannot use any mobile device at all. So when you get to an area where there's connectivity that you want to use your phone, download the app or go to any center. If you don't have a smartphone, find someone with a smartphone to register your device for you on your behalf. Other IDs to be used for the registration exercise. It is not my doing. The law makes it impossible for me to use other IDs in Ghana. But we will continue dialoguing on this matter. As I indicated in my presentation, for those outside the country, they will be allowed to use their passports to register on the SIM registration app and then link up with their Ghana card when they acquire the Ghana cards on their return to the country. The other categories of people, like those on official assignments outside, diplomats outside and all of that, they would also be allowed to use their passports to register on the SIM registration app. How many people? There are more people who have Ghana cards than those who have passports. And it's almost invariable that if you have a passport, you would have a Ghana card. With the extension, I would urge everyone to acquire it, because it's not just for the SIM registration that you need the Ghana card. It's for multiple purposes, and very soon there'll be very little you can do in this country if you do not have your national ID card. So it's in your own interest to ensure that you acquire it. The banks have already started. Very soon you'll be registered at birth. When you have your child, the child can be put on your own Ghana card to enable them utilize a unique identification number throughout their life. For those of you who have traveled to other parts of the country, of the world, in the UK, you have your national insurance number, which is used for almost every public service engagement that you need to have. We're moving towards a similar scenario. So let's not just think about the Ghana card acquisition in terms of SIM card registration. Before long, you will need it for almost everything you need to do in this country, including internal and international travels. The CICs, the community ICT centers, when built, were given to the district assemblies to manage. We have been informed that some of it has been mismanaged and abused. And so GIFIC has been directed to take over the management of all these CICs. It's interesting to know that in some parts of the country, they are using it as refreshment centers. Well, we are going to put them to the use to which it was intended. So let me use this medium to also notify the public sector agencies which are occupying some of these regional innovation centers and CICs without reference to the Ministry of Communications to start packing. We will sack them, because those we're going to use those regional innovation centers as mini technology hubs akin to the Accra Digital Center across the country. So we need vacant possession of all those centers so that we can renovate it and equip it and utilize it for the purpose for which it was intended. The CICs are being used for very, very useful purposes across the country to educate and train people in all corners of this country in basic ICT skills, and to enable them. They can even be used to download the SIM registration app for registration. So just go to a post office or a CIC near you and utilize their network there to ensure that you also get registered. We are very determined to scale up the acquisition of digital skills and ICT
knowledge for all our young people, regardless of where they are in this country. We have a very useful program with GIZ and ITU and NORAD, which we call the Digital Transformation Centers Project, which is utilizing these CICs to provide training, not just for our school-going children, but people living in those catchment areas, and it's proving very useful to them. So we intend to utilize all these CICs fully and equip them for that purpose. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time to join us today. You heard the Honorable Minister. Today we have a full house, especially on a Sunday. That means a lot. It means most of you really want to hear what she had to say. You raised concerns. She listened to those concerns and has offered a final conditional extension on the same registration exercise. This is not the time to sleep. If you sleep on your right, you don't go and register. If you had plans to go and register tomorrow, but because of this extension, you want to wait till 30th September, we will be here at the same spot. I'm pleading with you, go and register your SIM cards. Minuano Mesremo, Honorable Minister Bejinaha, and some Amukan na wate, or say registration no. Or sa de bosumi enu eda yenimu eka ho ama obi biara bibia ye osi akwanti a wantimi register o sim no by 30th September de no akọ register enye brewe na o se me de ko seketa akoda o china na nka me ko register so me nya ankoye because of extension o yes sir nyame adoma bosumi enu se ne ye besa abegina ha amwa sa ati nisuo enti mesremo obia nko register ne SIM card no want me see near Friends from the media, I would also use this opportunity to plead with you to spread the word on the Girls in ICT program. It's a very big program. For this year alone, if the ministry through its agencies are training over 5,000 girls and 500 teachers, last year more than 2,000 girls, and doing so much, over 15,000 in cybersecurity. When the minister was mentioning the figures, I was like, how did we miss all this information? We are waiting for our Mark Zuckerbergs, and this is how they will be created. So please spread the word and help us amplify some of these bright spots and encourage people to enroll on these programs. On that note, we are at the end of today's program, and I want to thank all of you for making time to join us, and for all our friends who are watching from home and all the media houses who took time to cover this live. GTV, TV3, Joy News, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Home-based TV as well, thank you so much for the live coverage. Good afternoon.
Among you, but that you be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. Paul was a scholar. Paul was a very articulate in the things of God. He established the church in Corinth. He was a powerful man of God. But at a period, it came to mind that there was contention, conflict, and all kinds of things grumbling and murmuring in the church. Therefore, therefore, Paul decided to write to them, causing them to understand where they are. The key word of just 3 verses that the vice president read, the key word is that. What is a key word? A key word is a word that repeats itself in a passage. When you leave it out, it makes the passage devoid in meaning. There are key words in our lives, in our institution, in our party. What is the key word? If we don't know, we will run and run the whole thing. But Paul said, hey, I plead is a different word in Greek, paraklos or parakalos, which is, I want to come beside you. I'm not just begging, I'm coming beside you, talking to you as a brother, talking to you as your minister. Paul was speaking for the peace of the land of Corinth, so that the church will be strong. So he was not saying, I'm begging you, I'm beside you, talking to you, my people. Very strong theologian Paul, and he came to the point and he said, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. He was not talking by his name, he was talking about the name that is above all other names. The name of the Lord Jesus Christ. That, the first that you all speak the same thing. If there's no unity in the party, Ghana can never be united. Unity starts from the home. The family, when the family is not united, the community will never be united. When the community is not united, the nation will never be united. And chaos will be the name of that sort. So Paul said, speak the same language. What language do you have? Is it a selfish language or language that will develop the nation Ghana? If our focus is for ourselves, only I, me, myself, at the end of the day, we will fail and the nation will fail. Selfish interest is too high. If we are not ready to serve our nation with a clear heart and mind, and selfish interest takes over, we are doomed. We are doomed. MPP party talks about we have a man. If you have a man without unity, you don't have the mind. Listen, because if the men are there and they are not united, they will not give you their brains. The party will suffer and the nation will suffer. The brainy people who can help the nation are in the party, and when they are not united, they will sit down and watch. They want someone to fail for them to take the baton, but you don't want to. Let me tell you, if the group fail, if the nation fail, you have failed. Maybe you called a wrong person to speak today. He said that there be no divisions. There be no divisions. The Greek word for division is not what we are saying. I wish I have a paper. Do you have a program, a coordinator? Give me a sheet of paper. Are you with me? Sorry, the Tesco people, they know me in their campuses. That's why they are shouting. Listen, the Greek word for division is not party, it's not groupings. It's the Greek word is you tear apart. Paul was talking about tearing apart. Why is it that the party which is in power is not united? If the party in power is not united, the country will suffer. Unity for national development. I said what? Unity for national development. And kabomwa eden koswo eba. Let me rush through. He was using a word, henosis. Henosis. Unity. Henosis. We have about 10 Greek words, but I'm using the word henosis. Henosis is not uniformity. You can wear MPP cloth. You can put on all kinds of MPP hats. If you are not united, if there is no henosis, is uniformity. I ask a question for Antonio. Now we don't talk about Adamo. Baako for Mike na one for baako ano. Two boys and you know kiko ka ni apon. We have one Ghana. We have one Ghana. We have one Ghana. By the grace of God, I've traveled from East. I study in the East. I study in the West. I know what they are doing. I went to the Singapore when democracy was starting in the country Ghana. They came there. I was in the meeting as a student. There was just a small development. But what happened? Listen to me. We as a group, as a party, MPP, please, we need to understand where we are coming from. Where you are coming from is not for your selfish gain, it's for the nation Ghana. Listen to me. You may think that, listen to me there. When we end it, you will hear. Unity is strength. One thing about unity is bringing people together. And listen, where there is no unity, there is dilution. Where there is no unity, there is deviation. Where there is no unity, there is detour. Where there is no unity, there is distress. Where there is no unity, there is distortion. Where there is no unity, there is no continuity. Where there is no unity, there is defeat. I want you to be strong that no matter the situation, if MPP will win, we need to win from here. You need to win from here. Better one another. The youth, the general secretary says something. If I have wronged you, forgive me. Power forward. Hey, Uba party ni mnebi wemo. Wama wuko. mpanyinfoɔ paa bia yɛ deɛ bɛyɛ ɛwukɔ mmeranteɛ bia yɛ deɛ bɛyɛ ɛwukɔ. So what are you trying to do? What I'm trying to say is, come together. Whether you lost the election is not the end of the earth. Enjoy with those on the seat. Give your ideas, not for yourself, but for the betterment of the nation Ghana. Let me just rush into one or two things. First Corinthians chapter number 1 verse 11 to 13. He said, for it has been declared to me concerning you, my brethren, that by let's jump it, contention among you. Now I say this, that each of you says, I'm Paul, and some says I'm Apollos, and some say I'm Cephas, some say I'm Christ. The moment there's a lot of fashions, there's a division. There must be a goal, and there must be a contention. Contention will come. Friction is part of life. We are there metia now so kakra. Bauka we are na makasa sorry. Nanya enye noa. We dey yetia we now so kakra. Confusion will create no. Annual day. 30th anniversary is the beginning of life. In the Aaronic time, when they were 30, they started the journey. During Jesus' time, Jesus was 30, he started the race. Joseph started the race at 30. And David started the race at 30. So 30 is a specific, and we call it spiritual number for beginning, for loyalty, for dedication, for strength, and for victory. Oh, you are not hearing me. I say it's for what? Victory. And always before 30 and 30 there's a battle. Before 30 and within 30 there's a battle. But immediately after 30 Jesus came out. And people saw Jesus as a special person altogether. He started moving and people were following. But before 30 and 30, there was a struggling. Yes, the world is in chaos. There's a difficult times in the world. But I have a good news for you. I have a good news for you. I have a good news for you. The wind will come and blow this hardship off in the name of Jesus. If the righteous will stand and begin to pray, hey, there will be a change. There will be a change. Our president started for a long time chanting. Please, it's okay. It's okay. The battle is of the Lord. We shouldn't leave that word. We need to find a time. At this time of celebration, spend a prayer time and for us to pray for our nation, Ghana. If the nation is winning, then you will win. If the nation is failing, you are a failure as a majority. Yeah. When the husband say, but truth is absolute, and it can change your life and purge you. Somehow for Paul. Why Paul? Paul was a scholar, articulate and very powerful. Within a community like this, the scholars want to be seen. And if you don't take her, you will leave the grassroots people. Some say, I am Apollos. Apollo was articulate, communicator, powerful man. And they said, we will follow. Some say, Cephas. Peter was not a scholar, but Peter was bold. Some say we are Christ. Let me use an illustration. Concept of Ubuntu. Ubuntu. And because we are. Ubuntu is a concept in the philosophy, anthropology, psychology, and sociology class. If you study in Africa, you will study the concept of Ubuntu. The concept of Ubuntu is a strong concept. Ubuntu people, Sa Busiano, Sa Krono, one more South Africa, and Yesuru, Ebusia, Nadioma Yanesa, Sa Ebasa, one more Wenia, Jama Kanesa, Yanina Yaba Wenia Boom. Anthropologists went there to test it. He put a price at the end. And he said, anyone who will run and get there first, he should take the prize. Not knowing that the Ubuntu principle, they hold their hands and they run together. And when they reach there, they do the prize and they share among them. Concept of Ubuntu is a powerful concept. He said, I am because we are. Shout, I am because we are. Shout, I am because we are. Individualism is not part of Ubuntu. Individualism is not part of Ubuntu. The same principle is what Archbishop Desmond Tutu used to address the apartheid of South Africa. If there's any apartheid in the system, use Ubuntu and change the apartheid for it to be a good one. Shout hallelujah, somebody. Just remaining my just few minutes. Unity promotes peace and love in the nation. Not only that, where people are united, they can put effort to remove corruption or reduce corruption. Unity gives power, sense of security. When the new elected executive will be united, there will be a security for the party and for the nation. Unity promotes cooperation and opens opportunity. When there's unity, you watch me. I'm coming where? Down. Just watch. I'm going where? The new executive, the way you saw yourself coming up, in future, you go down. So the way that you will handle those who are down will be a seed and a seedling and a plant and a fruit for you in future. Handle them well. It's only this country, it's only Africa that I've seen that we don't respect. Some of us do not respect our leadership and our elders. What an insult in the land. What an insult in the environment. And it started from the home. Unity provides an equal opportunity for all citizens. Let me give you 5 people that you will meet. Those in charge today, 5. 1, note it, 5 people you should handle very well. First one is called VRP. Very resourceful people. When we talk about very resourceful people, we are talking about the educated and non-educated. Those people will fire your passion. Chairman, they will fire your passion. Don't fight with them, because that is your passion. They want to move. And we have VIPs, number 2. Very important people. They share your passion. They will share your passion. Because of unity, they are very important. And such a way in your poem. But the pacho and your pet, one more motiam paying for, we are dying, one we are paying for. Nothing other who had I see a young equality is a myth. Sociology says equality is a myth. Yayapano, Yanya Pesa, Yabayano, your president Takunya. Santi Yayapa, and also Tilabiso, Yanyapa. If you come to the knowledge of that, you will prepare yourself that wherever you are, you will brighten the corner where you are. What are the 10 person? VTP. Very teachable people. There are some people who are cool. USM, they are cool. When they can cool, but they are dangerous. They catch your passion. They will what? Catch your passion and sit down cool. The medical students, few are harsh. When we were in school, I was in medical side, and when they come to classroom cool, but I tell you, they are too powerful. Powerful. JFK, powerful. That person, handle that person well. He will catch your vision because he is teachable and run with it. Number 4, VMP. Very nice people. They concur. They are very nice. And sometimes they are sycophants. Draba kabi anyakura mefuaso. Anyakura muko mitina. Ubanso ohunu so okasa say I'm seconded. That person, what that person, and let that person motivate you. Somewhere you there. Now the all can maneuver. The last one is VDP. Very draining people. They will drain you. But listen to me. They will drain you. Hold up. In this 30th anniversary, make sure you hold those people with wisdom. And your power on business a day. When we are hey, organizer, Nanabi, Pacho Chase Social. Omo Jennifer because why Nana what was see a child don't back quality. Let me end with this. We need to know that unity is powerful. In Genesis chapter 11 they said, we will build a tower. And they were building it. It took God to change their mind. Hey, it took God. Let me tell you, friends, if there is no emotional intelligent scholar among us, let's go and seek for emotional intelligent scholar. Are you hearing what I'm talking about? Emotional intelligence is one area of leadership that some of us have studied to the highest. Emotional intelligence is ability to manage both your own emotions and understand the emotions of people around you. Emotional intelligence. Take home one lesson throughout. I'm giving you 3 take homes. God loves unity and hates division. Number 2, Satan understands power of unity and is always working to bring division. Note it. He's always there. Take home. Number 3, unity never occurs by accident. It is the result of hard work and dedication. Friends, I said to you now, they gave me 30 minutes. I have covered 27. I'll give you 3 for you to take home. If you rely on God, you will make it. If you fail God, you will not make it. But trusting God and putting things together, putting brains together, I believe your life will never be the same. A good surgeon, bone surgeon, is the one who can assemble all the bones on the table before he touches the patient and put the bones together and bring the patient's bone back. Therefore, please, let's join hands. Let's work together. Not for anything, but for the development of the nation. My goal is one for the nation. And if you will do it, God will bless you. Bow down your heads and let's pray.
In this edition of BizTech, we learn about the various aspects of hacking, dangers associated with hacking, and how to tackle the menace. Kwesi Kofi, Chief Executive Officer of DataWare, takes his turn on BizTech to teach us more. You don't want to miss out.
Hacking essentially is a process by which anyone will gain unauthorized access to your identity online and to be able to access your assets. These bad actors or these hackers can be categorized into 3 main areas. So we have black hats, and then there's white hats, and then there's gray hat. As at this year, it's estimated that the average cost of a data breach is in the region of $4 million. In giving out your data, you need to find out what your data is going to be used for. Most of the time, we go for conferences and seminars. You have a sign-up sheet, you put your email address, your contact number in there, and there's no indication of what the data is going to be used for.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Your boyfriend sponsors you. You exchange something for your boyfriend. It's not free. There's no free lunch.
It takes a certain level of unmatched talent to bring a low-cost outfit to life or make it look extravagant. Ladies, you don't always have to break your back to look good. Learn to stay within budget. But why are women who live lavish lifestyle always cited for dating big men? Can't we make our own money? This is Moans and Cuddles with Paula Amabroni, and on this episode, we shake some three-legged tables. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Moans and Cuddles with the ever beautiful Paula Amabruni. It's always a pleasure coming your way. Now today's topic is something of interest to me because I see a lot of ladies doing the thing wrong just because they want to look good. They have to break the bank. You know, sometimes you don't even have the money, but you just go beyond board just to sleep. So I have with me some ladies, you know, who I know knows the ins and outs of this game, how to look good. So they're going to help us discuss and suggest ways of how we can still stay in budget and look good. So seated on my couch is Ifwa Del. She's an actress. Ifwa, welcome to Moans and Cuddles.
Thank you.
This is her first time here, so later on we talk about what she does, but then we're going to educate our ladies, see how best we can do. Yeah. Sure. And then my very good friend, Tilly Ekuanipa. She's a television presenter. She's with One Play Africa. Tilly, good to have you.
Nice to be here.
Yeah, every day you're hosting me. Today I have you here.
Yeah.
So, good to have you. It feels so good. Tilly, alright, so today's assignment is very simple. How can ladies live on a budget and still look good? Now, I'm going to start with Tilly. Tilly, I've heard a lot of celebrities being attacked. Once you look good, you know, on social media, it seems you're living your life. They just cite you that there's this big man sponsoring you. Is it always the case?
It's not always the case, but it's not entirely wrong either. Some of them, yes, people sponsor them because then when you look at their track record, you look like at the work they've done and all, you can see that this as a champagne lifestyle on a palm wine budget. Clearly, you can see that. You can see like it's visible. But how dare you talk about somebody's lifestyle? Other people too are also working. There are some women that their sole aim of working is to look good. So you can't tell somebody that, oh no, that's not what the life say. She has worked, they've paid her 1,000, she has used 900 to go and buy a dress to wear, staff her 100 to tell her that it's a man that's sponsoring her. Some is there, like it's not something we can be here and say women empowerment. It's not, it is true. Some men are sponsoring women in the game, and some women too are also working for it. So I don't like it when the conversation is not balanced and they want to always tip it to the other side and embarrassing, you know. It's not true. Some women are actually really working. Some women, they have said, you know, there are some people, they actually, there's this mentality that, oh, I'm saving for the rainy season. Some people, you see them now, they are slave back to back because there's a time when they are not telling you or you didn't know them that they suffer for where they are now. Exactly. So it gets preposterous when they are always trying to peg a woman's success, a celebrity, to a man. And mind you, these are celebrities. Most of them, when they post, their addresses are even sponsored though. Do you know that? When they take their post under dress by, makeup by, shoe by, now say, welcome to be skin by, hey, yeah, what's a photo skin? Yeah, I've seen that. You get it? So if you are a male fan or somebody that just wants to pick on these ladies and you want to ignore the fact that they are telling you that this dress is by this person and they just want to make it look like they are sleeping with, are they sleeping with your father?
Oh, thank you for the punchline at the end. If I know you're an actress, usually I've seen the targets, usually actors, musicians and all that. So if you see your colleagues being named as women who are sleeping around, how do you feel? Because I know you are still in the in the industry. Very soon your name is going to be there, you're going to be big. Do you feel that one day we're going to tag you or put you in that box?
How is that their business anyway?
Okay.
How is somebody's lifestyle your business? Although some of these celebrities are mentors and people look up to them, just look at their work, don't look at their lifestyle. Do you get me? Some of them, they are not sleeping with men. It's just influence. They are influencers. They can be wearing a particular dress sponsored by somebody entirely. You see that some of them, when they wear a particular outfit, they don't repeat it because they have brands sponsoring them, like Tilly said. They have brands sponsoring them. So the moment they wear, they take it back to the brand or whatever. So another time, another brand is sponsoring them. It's not even, sometimes it's not even for them. They're just trying to create content for social media and all that. So when you see it and you feel that somebody is sponsoring their lavish lifestyle, if you are a woman and you feel that way and you think that way and you think it's bad and all that, come on, it's entertainment. You also have your if you want to go and use your to dress good, nobody is
the to look good.
this thing, if you want to use this thing to catch this thing, to make this thing, nobody is stopping you from.
If you want to use what you have to get what you want.
Hey, use it to get what you want.
It will be easy do
you get it. You have a boyfriend. Your boyfriend sponsors you. You exchange something for your boyfriend. It's not free. There's no free lunch. You know, I don't know. You said, can I be?
Yes, it's an 18 plus.
I do. And give you something. Or you say, okay, me power boyfriend 80 years. Me pay the only son boyfriend. No, some mommy. Now no, now what you are giving for free, somebody is taking to stay. So if you don't want it that way, go and tell your boyfriend to give you money to stay.
You get it? It's that simple. Because I understand where you're coming from. Because I was thinking, now Paula, you see me, Paula. One time when I make it big, is someone going to put me out there and say, oh, we know she started small all of a sudden. But then once you work for it, and maybe you have the right people who like you, who sponsor you, like, you know, as you're saying, someone can like you and then say, okay, take it. So it's not always that these women are sleeping with. Some people get sponsorship, some have friends and all that. It comes, there's some benefit to it.
Like this outfit I'm wearing, a friend did it for me at a lower price because she wants me to wear it and promote it for her. So instead of maybe 150 cedis, she slashed it and gave it to me as a discount. You see me wearing it and you think I'm sleeping with somebody. It doesn't work that way. I work hard for my money. We all work hard for our money. Whatever we are using to work, it's our work. We are working for our money.
I like that point. Actually, you wanted to say
most other people that say that they are poor, they are from poor homes actually. Because I don't know why people always discount that part of some people's life. Some people are from their whole life they've lived lavishly. How much more now they are in the public eye? You think they will dress less to impress you? And you have for money, do you know that? Yes, you can for money. A rich person sees another rich girl dressed or another lady dressed nice. They want to know where you bought that your ear, so they go and buy something. They're not judging you. Sure. Oh no, I like to get myself a friend right there, be a walk in the wrong place or what I
know, I understand. When I always have women edition, it's just back to backfire because we get to express ourselves and debunk all the negative rules about ourselves. But then I hear people say women, we spend money on unnecessary things. So you hear that a woman bought a wig, maybe bone straight, what 7,000 cedis, maybe a dress. You'd be shocked to know the amount of money that she blew on it. Are we right to say women spend their money on unnecessary things?
Women will spend money on whatever women want to spend their money on because women want to look beautiful.
I like that line. Women will spend her money on anything because women want to look beautiful.
Not for anybody, but to themselves. I want to, usually when I look beautiful, I want to walk beside cars and look at myself in the mirror and check myself like, oh, wow. And do some nice videos and post on social media. You can't take that away from me. It is my head. I am wearing 7,000. I am wearing a plot of land. You can't do anything about it. I have wore it. That's it. And I love it. And that wig is going to stay on my head for 10 years and you can't do anything about it.
That's it. People don't appreciate that when you buy a wig, maybe of high grade, it can last you. I have a hair. I bought it something years ago. At the time, the money I was blowing, like I was in university and I'm like, hey, Paula, you spent this money on it. But I still wear it today. That's the beauty of selling for your money instead. You know,
you're getting value for your money. You don't expect me to go and buy synthetic, cheap, 100 cedis, and then I wear it for 1 week and then throw it away. I'm wasting money. That is what they don't know. And usually it comes from the other gender. They don't know what's born straight. They don't know Brazilian hair. They don't know anything about hair. But they have so much opinions about what we wear on our just because they've seen the price. These same people will go and buy watch 2,000, perfume 3,000. When we wear hair 1,000,
they're making noise.
They say we are wasting our money. We are wearing plots of land on empty brain, and so what? Is it your money?
Energy. Now, let me create this scenario. A lady who spends, let me just be realistic, maybe 2,500 on hair, and one who prefers to buy 600 cedis a week. Who is being more economical?
Both of them, depending on your pockets.
it comes back to your pocket. If I have 15,000, I can buy hair 5,000. This hair is my sister Ghana. When I throw it away, it is gone. When I remove it, I sound. But if I bought 100 billion hair, next week when you come, I wear 100 billion hair. Next 2 years, 100 billion hair. Do you get it? Who is being economical or whatever? It depends on the amount you have on yourself at the moment. Your budget. If you take 15,000 out and you start breaking your bank, you are good to go. And the conversation that women we buy things, we have to be frugal. We don't have to be frugal though. That's the truth. People keep complaining that women buy unnecessarily. Who is really buying though? Because for me, if I buy stuff for myself, it's an investment for myself. Yeah. With what I do, I am more or less my body or my general outlook is actually supposed to tell a marketer or an agency boy that puts this advert on this girl's show. Now you want Mortal Guinness to come and put their money in you. You don't look like Mortal Guinness money. Yeah. Who should come and put their money in you? Brandon. Or you're telling me that, oh, come and let me wear your outfit that is worth 600 Ghana cedi, and you will come on your page and you are wearing a alpha for you down flat. Are you serious? Yeah. No, like I do get it. So for someone like me, I can't afford to look like basa because how I look will determine the kind of money I get, the kind of whatever deals I get. It's an investment. So for you to just see a celebrity whose lifestyle depends on how they look, how people see them, their general outlook, investing in that look to make money, what are you talking about? Also, men keep complaining, man, you don't go out looking naked. What are they not wearing something? You know, men complain about women are dressing so much, but they wear expensive stuff. If you take a Burma show, it's about to buy total outfits.
Great. So that means that these celebrities that some people are always tagging them as show offs, what they are doing, they are misleading their youth and all that. As Tilly stated, you don't know where you're going to meet your fans, so you always have to strive to look good. Now, as for someone who is listening to us, maybe she's in the university, just started her national service, not so much money, she hasn't been saved to that level to slay. How would you suggest the person slays on a budget? Maybe use what you have, manage it for the meantime.
Okay. For university, somebody in the university. Yeah. Now, we have, if you're in a university, you don't have any business trying to go buy Chanel or some designer bag or Hermes bag or some expensive stuff. Okay. We have, if you go to a place like Kantamanto, we have nice outfits. We call it the first grade. We all go there. The first grade, when you go, it's more like the boutique, because that's where some of these boutique people go to get their stuffs, and even the jeans, like the jeans you are wearing. I can go to, I wake up early in the morning, I have my bag at my back, I go there to tell them that I'm going to sell on campus. So when I go, these jeans you bought, I don't know how much you bought it, but me, I'll get it for 15 cedis or 10 cedis, because I'll tell them I'm going to sell. It's all strategy. So I'm going to sell. The tops I wear, I go, I tell them I'm going to sell. I buy in bulk. So I save my money and then I go to counter. You can do the same thing. When you go, you don't need to go and buy this designer, because designer things, they all look the same to me. Just try to buy one, what's the word?
Original and
original or yes.
Brand.
Yes. But from the but it will come later. It will come. When you go to Kantamanto, you can get all these stuffs, very nice, beautiful stuff at affordable prices. It's all about strategy. You don't have to go to boutique. You don't have any business going to boutique, to wear boutique dress to lecture halls. Nobody. You are not going there to show anything. You're just going there to learn. The money will come. The money will come later. So you don't need to break your pocket or budget. There are ways you can do combination that will make you look very beautiful. I'm very particular about colors. There are some colors that don't look good on my skin. There are some colors that naturally look cheap on people. No matter how expensive the dress is, if the color is not nice or the dress, anyway, it will look cheap on you.
That reminds me, there's this celebrity that she's always true. She claims she's got money and all that. She can work designer head to toe, but just how she's just makes it.
See how you mix it. Boutique, 5 cedi, 10, 15, just a 20.
And the young Mr. Combining and garnishing my own version. Maybe the board, I mean, the hill can't be say you slay, and I have fine legs. Oh my God. So if you want to add something to it,
know thyself. If you're a person, just know thyself. You have seen a Jackie appear holding whatever designs, 6 designer wear on her body. Have you worked like Jackie appear? Do you have the money in her bank account sound? Just know thyself. And me too, I have a rule I deal with. I do what I can afford, not what I like. Because it's not me to have a lobster, but I cancel. Timela drink. Just know yourself and know what you can afford. I can't force myself that change. Anything, maybe dress, you know. Like the way she said she can combine, I can't combine. So I asked for help. And right now, I don't even have to go to Bend. I'll go on Instagram, thrift, falafel, just go. I want that. I don't know if I'm so good with it. It looks fresh. It looks color brighten. It try brighten. Just wear it. Just know how to style yourself. Know how to block your colors. Monochrome look now, but that is all. That's all. I don't know how to dress. So what I do, I can't even show me. What is now that I'm picking up my fashion confidence, I can't mini. But there are some people, you give them 5 CD, or make up a fuck room. I tell you about 50%. I'm not talking about fear. Or you know, I tell you 50%. Hey, where's your way? It's a where's your way to or show what I tell you dress. Because I know you get it. So it's very real. Like you don't always have to break your back to look good. We always say you can combine 1 or 2. But you see how good I'm looking right now. Makeup on point. My makeup was done by Kiki Sadiq. And if you're out there looking for wholesale, retail, or distribution of any makeup product, hair, beauty, supplies, then reach out to Sigma Exports Promotion. They deal in labeling New York, Revlon makeup, any product. High quality, original. If it's makeup brushes you want, anything, just call them. They will supply wholesale, retail, and if you want to be a distributor, just call their numbers on 0248 138 596 or 027 4893 413. We take a quick break. When we come back, Moans and Cuddles continue. From that quick break, we're still discussing how to live on a budget and still slay. This is the women's edition. So I have my ladies here. Ifwa Del, she's an actress, and Tilly Okianipa, she's a television presenter. Tilly, I must like how the conversation is going, but let's play this one. Yeah, the mystery box. We got some questions here. You just pick it and you give us honest answers. So I'm going to start with you, Tilly. When I have a man, I say ladies first, but then since it's a woman, we got this. Okay. What we got there? Would you like to read? Yeah, you read it for us. What's the most expensive item you have in your closet? Honestly, all of them are not expensive, so I can't really pinpoint. If there was any expensive one, I would have just said it straight. No, really, I don't have anything expensive in my closet. That's fine. No, I don't have to. Like, I'm thinking through, honestly. Your turn. Abracadabra. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Whose closets would you love to raid? Jackie Appiah or Sandra Nkovia? Give reasons. I beg, I want to answer your own. Jackie Appiah or Sandra? I'll raid Sandra Nkovia's closet. Why? Because she's a fashionista. That girl can dress. She's simple. She knows the colors to combine and all that. Oh God, I just love her.
She knows how to dress. She's very stylish. Like, she's an example of a fashionista.
Let's continue with our conversation. Now, we've all spoken about how to live on a budget. It doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, those designer. Once you haven't gotten to that level, we play by our sizes.
Yeah.
What is the best investment a woman can make before the age 30? The best investment. I know there's 1,001 there, but what investment can you make?
Your mind. Invest in education. I feel like whenever we are in school, when we take education for granted till you leave and you realize that what a mistake. We don't also take those seminars that they do or conferences that are extracurricular. We don't take it seriously, but those places are the most important places that can actually make you meet the right people that will set you up. Yes, I can say, but no, nothing will last. Anything that you will need in your 20s or you will need in your 30s that you have to invest in severely is your mind. When you are in your 20s or your teens, trust me, because whatever you buy here, you build here, you invest here, in the next 5 years you can be in another country. You won't need all of that. Truthfully, invest in yourself. Know things, read books. Just read any book. See, people feel like if you're in a particular field, read a book about it. No, read any book. Just read any book, because sometimes you enter a room, somebody will say something, you might be the only person that have the faintest idea of what they're talking about, and that is the door that will open for you. You think without sitting here, maybe the next time I might not even be in media, I might be in oil and gas somewhere.
Exactly.
Do you get it? But what I have invested in the media thing, my mind and I'm a deco. So we have to invest in our mind. No things. See, I have one mantra: be so good at it, no one can avoid you. On purpose and because you are good. You are so good on purpose and no age.
Exactly.
That is it.
Great advice. How do we make our young women understand that what we see on social media is not always the case? Especially these people that you see that they are slaying. They say there's these Instagram, Snapchat influencers. They are here in Dubai tomorrow. They are there, the best dinners, 5-star restaurants and all that. How do we make our young people understand? No, it's not just our young people. You see someone who is mature should be making the right decision, but they're under pressure. They are just swayed. You see, it's social media. Social media has influenced a lot of, let's say, I'll not say kids, like the youth in a negative way. Yeah, somebody can put a news out there, maybe just a parody, and a section of Ghanaians will believe it. Not knowing it's a parody. Even educated people will believe this thing is true. So how much more the young ones? So how do we make them know whatever they are saying is not real? I feel now some of the celebrities are trying. You know, people are coming out to say that what you are seeing, they are not even. Last time Nana Banamwa came to say that some of the outfits she wears are sponsored by people. So don't follow her to go and buy some things you don't want to buy or use your money on unnecessary things, because the things she wears are for designers. She is an influencer. She wears people's clothes to do advertisement for them so that people will buy it. After that she takes it off. So if you are behind, I don't know how we can even instill that in them, because we can't stop them from using social media and all that. Okay. But I feel some things need to be regulated as well, especially the parents. They should know what their children are watching. Okay. And if you are in school, like I don't know how to say this enough. I don't know how to say this enough, but you can't stop them. You can't stop them. It is the celebrities that have to do something about it. All right. But let's talk about this. It's really of interest to me. Now I see a lot of women going naked, almost naked on social media. The whole craze, someone has done her body and then she wants to flaunt it like real time, because she says it's an investment. It's an investment. A lot of people say women now we are overdoing it. I just log on to Twitter, I see nakedness, Snapchat, this is it, Instagram, on my timeline.
It's marketing. It's marketing.
Do you think the whole nudity on social media is just out of hand, or now we should understand that that's the era?
It's going to get worse. See, people keep saying that women should embrace themselves, well, what do you really think you are telling women to do?
You are telling me to embrace myself. I show you when I am fully sexually, comfortable, and I am fully comfortable with my skin, and my soul is sitting pretty in my skin. What do you think I will show you? You can't tell a woman to go all out and then start putting embargo on the all out. It's going to get worse, because now Ghanaian social media, it's not about Ghanaian social media. Deja Cat, Megan Thee Stallion, is almost naked every day on her social media, putting her buttocks. The child, she might follow me, who will not show her buttocks, but she's at the same time following Megan Thee Stallion, who showed the buttocks. So I might not have to show my buttocks, but she knows how buttocks are, they are done.
So we should stop criticizing celebrities who've worked on your body and are proud and confident to show what they've done.
Why are they showing their body though? Most of them, they are the poolside wearing their bikini. Do you see them wearing bikini to shows? Do you get it?
I get it.
They are somewhere, they are shooting a video or something, or they are in a pool with their friends, and they've shown you the videos that whatever they are wearing is appropriate for where they are.
Exactly.
Wow, what style be dressing now? Oh, they're crying. What they call lecture hall. Publicly they call lecture hall. And they keep saying nudity. People are not actually totally naked online. Apps, when they are totally naked, it's Twitter that it allows everything. Instagram, no problem. Facebook, no problem. Snapchat, a drama is trick near the idea. Or they Snapchat, do you get it? They are not totally naked, and it's going to get worse, because this world where we are going to, women want men to reach a point where they have to know that they are not the reason why they will dress a certain way, and that if you are a pervert, my dressing has nothing to do with whether I'm covered or not. You're a pervert. Do you get it? That is an understanding where we are going to reach with men in the next 10 years. We all meet in public. We are reverting back to Adam and Eve age. We're all naked in town. Nobody was sleeping with anybody. Yes, you get it. We're going to get to a point where men have to know that you don't have the right to touch or be lustful or want to vigorously have sex with a woman because of how they look like. Do you get it? You are in charge of whatever you feel. And if they're mentioning, look at how she look in tea. We are not sure.
I'm glad you're explaining those things, because some people are getting it all wrong. The fact that you see that a woman has worked on her body. There are some men who say you can, no matter what you explain, women work on their body for them. They forget that sometimes they just don't like how they look, but they're like, at the end of the day,
we don't care.
But then, ladies, I just want you to, wrap. So in summary, ladies, we've talked a lot. Some celebrities, how to look good, how to slay on budget. What are your last words? I'm going to start with you, Efua.
Yes, I've been meaning to say this. The question you asked Tilly about what you take, one thing you wish you had done before you get to
the right investment to do.
The right investment, yes. Yeah. She talked about investing in your mind.
Yeah.
I would suggest you invest in the vocation. You need to invest in the vocation. Maybe sewing, designing, makeup. Yes, because when you don't get a job, that is where we save you. Because day in day out, people are sewing. Now the designing industry is getting broad. There are lots of things coming up. The fashion industry is so broad. So invest in fashion, invest in the food business, invest in makeup before you get to 30. I wish I knew how to sew. By this time, slam is anyhow.
My heart back.
Because invest in something, the vocation. Invest in the vocation, not just your mind. Because a time will come where there will be no job. People have completed school, they have degrees and all that. They're in the house, they're not working. They can't get any job to do.
Right.
It is they
can survive.
In the olden days, when because I cried with school, I see you are born to know.
Now the fashion designers are women.
So invest in something. For a guy, learn how to play football. You don't need to go to school. I say, let them $50 a week. Who do $1 million? Nobody can take that from you.
Great. Thank you for Tilly. Final words.
Yeah, social media is not real. It's not actually. It's make-believe. I'm making you believe that in 1 minute the video that I'm about to watch, that was my entire day. No, that's not my entire day. When you go on my page, I do daily vlog.
the moment I picked my phone, I recorded and I posted it. But in between the recording and how I got there, did you know it's a call about do you see it? It is not real. It is make believe. What I want you to see is what I tell you. So do not be in a hurry all the time. And somebody is wearing 5,000 dress and all. And sometimes you have to detox from social media. Once a while, go offline. You won't die. If you say you feel like, oh, business, but the serenity and the peace that comes with not being on social media because of the influx of information, naturally, our systems and our mind, they are just being toxic, intoxicated all the time because Ofa has Santorini, Oba Odayachi, so Oba Oko Bora Bora, one more film this. Like, it's too much. Because me from Oko Hotel. So I might be able to detox it, or I might have formed a wall to tell myself, oh, one day I'll get there. But another side of you that is subconscious is accurate the fact that it's that when I will be. So once a while, just feel free, detox, go offline, relax. When you come back, the world will still be there. Continue. Great. Thank you very much, ladies, for doing this with me. I must say, it's been an eye-opening conversation. Great, great. Ladies, it was an honor sitting with you to do the discussion. And I always end with my take. We've said a lot. It's just left with you. If you think that you have a problem with celebrities, how they look and all that, just know that, as they said, is the era. But if you're a young girl starting, maybe you're in school, you feel like you're under pressure and all that, you don't always have to come out naked. It depends on what you want and where you're going. You can still appear cover up. My ladies here, we're here. You can check them out on social media. They don't have to show skin to prove a point. Highly intelligent. If she's an actress, she does so well. Tilly does so well. The showbiz industry, she's just good. You don't have to look naked to make your point. You can still slay and bad it. Maybe when you DM me, I'll tell you where I get my things and I'll also tell you my plug. It was an honor doing this with you. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Moans and Cuddles. Thanks for watching.
Chairman, I would like to ask your permission to stand on existing protocol because there are so many people here, distinguished, that if I try to acknowledge them all, I am sure I will not be able to do justice to it. I'm here to talk about family. However, Atta Mills, the family man. Talking about family, there are a few people though that I would like to especially acknowledge. Number one, family. Professor Mills's very close collaborator, who served as his chief of staff, the man responsible for Professor Mills being called President Doolittle. Because I found out that whenever President Mills wanted to do something that Henry John Martin Newman didn't like, he said, Fifi, let's pray over it. But whenever Fifi wanted to do something that John Henry Martin Newman wanted, it was done immediately. So blame him for Fifi not doing that much, at least in his first year. And blame him also for the high achievements that Fifi had in his presidency. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize another family member called Nana Jane Obukwuajiman. I didn't know this when I met her in Dakar, Senegal, as a young, bright student studying at the University of Dakar. She used to speak French very well. I don't know whether she's forgotten it. It's only later that I found out that she was actually one of my mother's pets. She would come to my mother's shop, bookstore opposite the post office in Kisi, knowing fully well that she'll be getting some toffees from my mother. I was delighted, therefore, when she became the running mate of John Dramani Mahama. She is truly a family member and a sister. There are also a number of greedy bastards here. And one that has a special name, the little tweet. I'll be talking about them later. But I would like to thank them, I would like to acknowledge them, because I know that they were very key in Fifi's presidency, good and bad. I unfortunately have not seen the chief greedy bastard here, and that is Senior Atta Ahoy. I've seen Kwame Pepra, I've seen others, but I understand he's not doing that well. I send him my prayers, and please let him know that we love him and will come to visit him very soon. Now please let me introduce myself. My name is Nana Kojo Esiao Dofo the First. The Ebusia Penyin of the Nkrumah Cherba Trade and Ebusia of Cape Coast. I said it much better than my sister would have said it. I listened to her, she really muffled it up when she gave the vote of thanks the other day. Behind me is the Deputy Ebusia Penyin, Dr. John Atram. I think they chose him only because they wanted a doctor as the representatives of the family. And of course behind me also is Mr. Ni Ayi Thompson, who is the chairman of the Nkrumah Cherba Trade and Ebusia. They are standing behind me to make sure that I don't say the wrong thing. If you see that I'm lifting my leg, it's because they've kicked me from behind. But it's all in a normal day work as the chief honcho of the Nkrumah Cherba Trade and Ebusia. Let me tell you something about the illustrious Trade and Ebusia of Cape Coast that have actually produced a number of people who have made contributions to Ghana. You people boast about the sports prowess of John Fifi Atta Mills. Believe me, he is nothing. compared to Africa's #1 goalkeeper, Robert Mensah, of blessed memory. It's a family also that produced the person that I call my nephew with the voice of honey, Amanziba Nat Brew, a great musician. It's a family that produced Ambassador Kwesi Brew, who was not necessarily of the same political persuasion as we are, but was a very prominent person that served Ghana in his role as ambassador. We have in the family also the Adakwes, whose claim to fame is that Kofi Annan of United Nations is the direct maternal uncle of the Adakwes. More recently, in terms of national service, of course, we have the not so honorable, not so Asomdwehin, the man who has been in the news all over the place in this last week. By the way, I call him not so honorable, not because of him, but Kwame Pienim told us not to call any member of parliament honorable, and therefore he's not unique in that sense. Samuel Atta Mills, the nemesis of Kuku Ahido. I am standing before you here because I think I've also made my contributions to this nation. For one, I was a senior presidential economic advisor to President Mills when he was president. As the role of advisor, of course, I take credit for all of the achievements under President Mills. And I refuse credit for all the failures because he didn't listen to me, which was always the case with Fifi. My other titles is that I was almost the Minister of Defense. And I don't know whether you know it, but I was also almost the ambassador of Ghana to the United States. In fact, it was publicly announced, only for John Dramani Mahama to tell me, well dodged. I have not been able to live it down. The greedy bastards and Ludwig Klotze spend all their time calling me the disappointed defense minister, the disappointed ambassador, but in truth, I was the economic advisor, and that I'm very proud of. Then finally, of course, the illustrious, my brother, John Evans Atta Mills, who we are here to celebrate today. So as you can see, It's a family that has made its contributions, and it's a family that I'm really, really, really proud now to be leading. As a family, we treasure a lot of things. But above all, what we treasure are situations like this, commemorative lectures that remind us of Fifi, who he was, what he stood for, and make us realize that maybe he may be dead in terms of his physical presence, but Fifi will never die. And Fifi lives on. Now, I had really wanted to be the person to give the 10th anniversary lecture. In fact, I had been lobbying Professor Kwamnahoy to suggest to those in power who were going to nominate the person to make me the person to give the 10th anniversary lecture for my brother. As usual, he promised me that he will do everything that he will do. And I had actually prepared my address when Ludwig Klotze came and told me that it doesn't look good, Cadman. You may not very well be the person to give the lecture. And in anticipation of becoming a Busiapening and knowing that I wasn't going to be the one to give the lecture, I was determined that we were going to boycott this lecture if I wasn't the person. Just like we boycotted the other thing, right? And then they told me, we are sorry, but it's Chachu, who doesn't even deserve a second name, who is going to give the lecture. As they say in Fanti, if he's in Namisafium. Chachu? They couldn't have made a better choice, Chachu. And I had to call off the boycott immediately. Chachu was with Fifi in 2004 when things didn't go very well for us. Chachu was with Fifi in 2006, I was there, in South Africa, when Fifi was contemplating his future as a politician. Chachu has always been there for Fifi. Chachu did a lot of things that actually at the time I didn't realize, but later on got to know about it. If anybody other than me, of course, is to make the commemorative lecture, it should be Chachu. I don't want to spook you out, but I'm really looking forward to it. and thank you for accepting to come and speak. In that same vein, let me thank the John Evans Atta Memorial Heritage. We'll get to that. Why are you so impatient? For organizing the series of regional lectures, and in particular the Accra lecture to commemorate him on his 10th anniversary. You would note that actually immediately after Fifi died, Mrs. Mills and I got together and very rapidly registered the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Foundation in order to get a foot in the door and make sure that we use the foundation to raise resources and funds in order to support initiatives such as that which is being done by the Atta Mills Memorial Heritage. Because for Mrs. Mills and I, it was very important to make sure that Fifi's legacy was not bastardized by anybody, and that Fifi's legacy and the custody of the legacy rested in the hands of the people who truly loved him, who were truly committed to him, and who truly wanted to use his name to advance his ideas and his values and his principles. Now, I've become aware of other initiatives, and I will not beat about the bush. The Atta Mills Institute, run by Koku Anyidohu, and which was responsible, apparently, in mobilizing support for refurbishing Asumdwe Park. I went there yesterday again because I wanted to be sure that I saw what I really think I saw. The Asumdwe Park and the work that was done there, differences of course in aesthetics being acknowledged, I'm sorry, is obscene, to use a very strong word. I did not recognize Fifi there. It was the very first time that I went to Asumdwe Park that I was not emotional. The place, of course, is called Asumdwe Park. There are his pictures everywhere, some quotations of him. His name doesn't appear in any of the quotations, except, of course, the logo of the Atta Mills Institute. I saw his grave. There his name appeared a little bit, except that it was spelled John Evans Atta Mills with a hyphen between the two, for somebody who claimed to know him very well, even though the person who has the name himself has never put a hyphen in that name. Otherwise, everything was about them. And they used this so-called refurbishing to promote themselves, to promote their institute, and to promote their paymasters. That's not what Fifi stood for. Fifi hated people who self-promote. In fact, when Fifi said of a colleague that he is full of himself, and he would emphasize the word full of himself, or Infante, meaning he has a foul smell in his nose, then you knew that that colleague has been written off in Fifi's mind, and you would never pay any attention to him because it's all about themselves. Fifi was somebody also who never really took himself seriously. In fact, he was a master of self-deprecating humor. He often laughed at himself because he thought it wasn't necessary to take himself too seriously. But by God, he took Ghana seriously, and I agree with you. And above all, he took Ghanaians very seriously in the future. In view of the fact that Atta Institute is being used as an instrument to sow division, to sow controversy, for self-promotion, as an instrument to insult elders. In my capacity as the oldest living sibling of Professor John Evans Atta Mills, as the person who Professor Mills designated in his will to be the executor of his will and also the custodian of his legacy, and now in my capacity as the Ebusia Penyin of the Nkrumah Chirba Shida Nebusia, the family has decided that we will contact our solicitors to make sure that they explore all avenues to stop the Atta Institute from it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. In fact, I thought of making a call to you to be part of the team, but I'm told that your record with the current judiciary is not very good. Because of you, there's always the unanimous 7. You may be a legal luminary, but please stay out of it. But finally, we will not just simply rely on the courts. I would like, therefore, to make an appeal to the court of public opinion, which I think is the only court worthwhile. I would like Ghanaians to know that the so-called Atta Institute is unauthorized. It is also unsanctioned. It is unappreciated, and it's most unwelcome. I repeat, I know I'm speaking too long, but I think this is important. I want the Ghanaian public to know that the Atta Institute, so-called, is unauthorized, unsanctioned, unappreciated, unwelcome. May God be with you, my brothers and sisters.